Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Letten Foundation and the Young Academy of Norway, welcome to Letten Prize Day 2021. This is a hybrid event, so we have a live audience here in Oslo, and we also have a digital audience joining us from around the world. A very warm welcome to you all. So my name is Asta Businje. I'm going to guide you through the program, which starts with a seminar in honor of the former Letten Prize laureate, the original first Letten Prize laureate from 2018, Taranab Keitan, and it ends with a prize ceremony for the new one. A bit of practical information. So after the Letten Prize lecture, from Tarun, we're going to have several short lectures. They will be 10 minutes long, followed by a short Q&A. And the scholars love questions, so please don't be as quiet as you have been when you entered this room. We have a microphone here, which will be used by the Norwegian audience and those of you who want to ask questions. And for those of you attending digitally, we ask you to send in your written questions in the chat under the YouTube stream. And then we will present them here in the microphone for you. So the Letten Prize was established in 2018 as a collaboration between Letten Foundation and the Young Academy of Norway. It celebrates the spirit of Letten Saugstad, the woman that you saw pictures of when you entered here today. It recognizes young researchers' contributions to global human development. And the first laureate from 2018, Taranab Keitan, is a great example of that. Inspired by his work, the title of this seminar is The Role of the Legal Scholar in the World, the Promises and Pitfalls of Legal Activism. And Taranab Keitan's research has been cited by Supreme Courts in India, Canada, and Israel, as well as the European Court of Human Rights. Today, he is based at Oxford University, where he is head of research at the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights and professor of public law and legal theory. Professor Keitan has pre-recorded his Letten Prize lecture, and after the lecture, he will be joining us for a live Q&A.
Good morning, or good morning, if my attempt at the Norwegian greeting made a hash of your beautiful language. 3 years ago, the Letten Trust and the Young Academy of Norway deemed me worthy of the inaugural Letten Prize. Well, we all make mistakes. But it was a mistake I remain extremely grateful for. I'm glad the lovely people I now have the privilege of calling my friends have been second-time lucky in choosing the excellent Professor Mette Rostenberg for the 2021 Letten Prize. The pandemic we have been living with is all too acute a reminder of the extremely important work Professor Rostenberg is doing. Professor Rostenberg, many congratulations. I am sure you will, as I did, thrive in the nourishing friendship, warmth, generosity, and goodwill of the folks who are celebrating your recognition, your achievement today. As we mark what would have been her 96th birthday, I am sure Professor Letten Saugstad would have thoroughly endorsed this recognition of your achievements. I apologize to all of you for being unable to join in person today, thanks to the pandemic-related travel and visa uncertainties. I hope to make up for it with a visit in person before long, but today I thank, alongside the Letten Prize Foundation and the Young Academy, the Faculty of Law at the University of Oslo for organizing the seminar on activism in the academy. John Rawls famously said that justice is the first virtue of social institutions, as truth is of systems of thought. Whatever we might think of his claim regarding justice, he was clearly right about truth being the first aspiration of scholarship. The academy is designed to speak the truth. Provision of deep time for research and reflection, guarantees of academic freedom, rigors of a system of criticism and peer review, and an abiding openness to refutability and revisability. These are all meant to facilitate truth-telling. Different disciplines have developed sophisticated and constantly revised methodologies to investigate, to interrogate, to corroborate, or to refute different types of truth claims, whether empirical or moral. Scholars are not somehow more truthful people, just that our institutional contexts, when well-designed and well-functioning, make truth-telling our key imperative. Today, however, we live in a world that is euphemistically characterized as post-truth. Professor Brubaker explains the phenomenon that is called post-truth as a result of what he calls the populist style, which performatively devalues complexity through rhetorical practices of simplicity, directness, and seeming self-evidence, often accompanied by an explicit anti-intellectualism or epistemological populism that valorizes common sense and first-hand experience over abstract and experience distant forms of knowledge. End of quote. This post-truth discourse cleverly deploys the abiding inherent skepticism that must accompany academic truth-telling to discredit all scholarly claims as mere opinion. What's worse, political power often attributes mendacious motives to the academy too, by characterizing scholars as part of the elite establishment, interested only in self-preservation. As the cynical British politician Michael Gove put it, the people of this country have had enough of experts. It is not a surprise then that the two key truth-telling institutions in our societies, the media and the academy, are both the first targets of latter-day autocrats. Autocrats who seek to discredit, to contain, to co-opt, or to capture them. The academy, admittedly, is far from perfect anywhere, but recent efforts in countries as wide-ranging as Poland, Hungary, India, the United States, the United Kingdom, and many others are aimed at hollowing the academy out, if not to dismantle it. It's not to help it better perform its truth-telling function, but to destroy that ability. Because truth has a tendency to threaten unjust power, power unsurprisingly seeks to control or influence the production or dissemination of truth. Obviously, Foucault told us some time ago the relationship, the complexity, and the complex relationship between power and truth. But just as just laws can check power institutionally, truth can also be a discursive check on power. So our vocation naturally pits us against the powerful. This is why Professor Vicki Jackson, a law professor at Harvard, claims that knowledge institutions, such as the media and the academy, are key to democracy because they help provide the epistemic foundations for a successful democracy. But the stakes today are higher than ever before. The exaggeration that we've seen in recent months of the dangers of vaccines, or years over the denial of climate change, and other post-truth interventions have not just put our own well-being, but the very survival of our species and of countless others on balance. So to the extent that power cares about truth, speaking the truth in itself is a performative or political act, one that increasingly and unfortunately requires courage in many parts of the world. This is precisely why academic freedom is valuable. But I'm interested in a further issue, not just our role of speaking the truth, irrespective of or indifferent to fear or favor. But should we as scholars try to do more than simply tell the truth? Shouldn't we try to do more as scholars to change the world for the better? Given the risks to the academy, to truth, to democracy, to our species, and to life on Earth itself, it may be tempting to conclude that scholars have no choice but to engage directly in political activism alongside their scholarship. Tempting though it is, and I recognize that many of you, like me, have a scholar as well as an activist inside you. The path of a scholar activist is not without serious pitfalls. That will be the topic of my lecture today. That is what I'm going to dwell on in some detail. But before I identify those risks and tell you perhaps biographically how I have tried to manage those risks, I want to draw your attention to a few key distinctions. For Edward Said famously said that the role of an intellectual is to speak truth to power. But when I speak of scholars, I do not mean public intellectuals. Unlike scholars who tend to be specialists or experts, at least today in a relatively narrow discipline, because polymaths are all dead, intellectuals tend to be generalists. The scholar knows a public intellectual is wise. A scholar may or may not be publicly engaged, but the intellectual is always publicly engaged. A scholar is typically cautious, careful, and makes rigorous claims. The intellectual is usually more creative, sees the big picture, and is not afraid to put experimental and ideological claims in the public discourse. Some scholars may well be public intellectuals, but not all public intellectuals need to be scholars. So all I say today concerns scholars and academics, not public intellectuals. The second distinction I want to highlight is between the nature of truth that the media and the academy respectively seek, because these are different types of truth. For the media, for journalists, the time between looking for, finding, and publishing truths is relatively short. In our 24/7 news cycles today, that can be extremely short, perhaps too short. In the academy, at least ideally or aspirationally, the time between looking for, finding, and publishing our claims is relatively longer. Now, of course, this has also come under pressure from publishing pressures, from different evaluation cycles, from career trajectories focused on research output. Of course, the two are also related, and we have seen the tension between academic time in media overnight publications in the media interest in ongoing COVID pandemic vaccine research. Recently, where papers got wide publicity even before they were peer-reviewed or published. The second feature that distinguishes the media from the academy is that peer review and disciplinary rigor is essential to what academics write and publish. They're not essential to media publications, although ethical rules do apply to journalists as well. And finally, the media reaches a broader public, whereas the academy typically reaches a narrow disciplinary experts. Now, of course, these distinctions only apply initially because academic truths, once established, can and perhaps should become media truths. Bearing these distinctions in mind, I will give you two examples of scholarly activism from legal academics, which is the discipline I know best. Examples that I think illustrate serious dangers of scholars directly engaging in activism, directly trying to change the world. I should say up front that I do not attribute any bad motive to these scholars. I fully believe that these scholars wrote what they did, fully believing that they were doing the right thing for causes that they believed were just and proper. My first example is an article published by Professor Cass Sunstein titled Constitutionalism, Prosperity, and Democracy, Transition in Eastern Europe. It was published in 1991 in an early issue of a single-blind peer-reviewed journal called Constitutional Political Economy. The Berlin Wall had come down. A lot of the formerly Soviet republics or communist countries in Eastern Europe had gained independence or had come out of the Soviet influence. The USSR had disintegrated, and some of these countries were in the process, had just started writing new constitutions, new democratic constitutions. In 24 remarkable, quick, and thinly referenced pages that almost exclusively cite American sources, pages that betray very little research or expertise on the political context, the history, or law of Eastern Europe, or show any knowledge of the differences between the countries in Eastern Europe that he was advising through this journal's pages. Professor Sunstein all but prescribes a detailed, acontextual, ahistorical, and neoliberal draft constitutional template for all the post-Soviet republics in the region to adopt. The broad stroke of the proposals do not reveal any modesty or research, and they extend as far as recommending constitutional restrictions on progressive taxation. So this was a deeply ideologically neoliberal, acontextual prescription of almost an ideal constitution that every one of these countries should adopt, irrespective of their own histories or context, or even political desires, or constitution-making processes. The paper was clearly written in a hurry. Apart from the non-existent contextual research and broad stroke claims, the author himself cautions in the very first footnote that, I quote, in light of rapid changes in Eastern Europe, European constitutional affairs, it should be noted that the final draft of this paper dates from August 1991, end of quote. That is very shortly after the constitution writing exercises in Eastern Europe began. In a recent lecture delivered only last week, Dr. Dylan Leno argued that Sunstein, Professor Sunstein, was one of the several American academics who were instrumental to the US foreign policy's end of history project to export democracy abroad, which started with Latin America in the 1980s and accelerated and gained pace in the 90s with Eastern Europe. That's the first example, and I'll come back to why some of this is problematic for scholars doing activism. My second example concerns one of the most renowned legal scholars from what I consider to be my home country, India. This one from the opposite, left side of the political spectrum. Professor Upendra Bakshi is easily one of the most influential scholars of Indian law. Trained in Berkeley, he brought the American critical legal studies discourse to India, and perhaps ironically, made it the mainstream method of thinking about law. However, he's best known, despite his prolific body of work, and as his public profile itself claims to have, and I quote, innovated public interest litigation before the Supreme Court of India, end quote. Now, public interest litigation started in India in the early 1980s, when the Indian Supreme Court allowed any person to file a human rights case, a human rights complaint before the court. You could file it on behalf of any other person, with or without the victim's consent, and you need not have suffered any legal injury yourself. It was developed on the bench by a Supreme Court judge, Justice Bhagwati. How can Professor Bakshi, an academic, claim ownership of something developed by a judge? He could, because Justice Bhagwati and Professor Bakshi forged an astonishing theoretical practical partnership. While Justice Bhagwati changed the law, Professor Bakshi justified it in his articles. But it went a lot further. Professor Bakshi wrote a letter to Justice Bhagwati complaining about a public interest matter concerning some third parties, which Justice Bhagwati treated as a public interest complaint, translated a letter into a petition, and issued judicial orders. There were remarkable linguistic similarities in some extrajudicial writings by Justice Bhagwati and those published by Professor Bakshi, leading some to speculate about actual authorship. Now, the afterlife of public interest litigation in India is itself interesting, and suffice it to know that it gave the court enormous powers. And those who had access to courts, more importantly, access to judges, including legal scholars, enormous powers as well. Progressive scholars today, like Professor Anuj Bhavania, have claimed that public interest litigation did little to improve human rights situation in India and did considerable harm to the judiciary and to Indian politics. But setting that aside, both examples of Professor Sunstein's paper and Professor Bakshi's role in innovating public interest litigation in India, despite the absence of bad faith, show how proximity to political power sometimes can affect our scholarship. Sunstein's proximity to American foreign policy arguably explains his shoddy legitimation of neoliberal advocacy in Eastern Europe in this hurried, under-researched paper that I do not believe could have been published in a double-blind peer-reviewed journal. It's only because I suspect, this is speculation on my part, that the reviewer could see who the author was, that the paper got into a serious academic journal. Bakshi's proximity to judicial power arguably explains his instrumental role in legitimizing the astonishing expansion of unaccountable judicial power in India. The problem is this: power is attractive, even if one intends to use power only to do good. And activism requires direct engagement with power, if only to oppose it, because today's opposition is to tomorrow's government. Sustained proximity to power, especially if it's outside the public gaze, and this is quite important to me, or if it is a proximity to power that is greater than what ordinary democratic processes permit, like a behind-the-scenes friendship between a judge and a scholar, can lead to an unhealthy embeddedness of scholars in structures of power. But the problem is even deeper. Even if a conscientious scholar avoids this embeddedness, is able to say no to the corrupting influence of power, scholarship that keeps the political objective firmly in view can still be problematic. While I agree that truth and justice may converge in the long term, in the short term, political wins for justice may require strategic interventions that are not entirely scholarly. To give but one example, for over a decade, Justice Kennedy of the American Supreme Court was the swing vote. The votes of the 4 liberal justices and the 4 conservative justices were entirely predictable. The outcome of the case depended on which side Justice Kennedy would support. And for that entire decade, on almost every single controversial American constitutional issue, a disturbingly large number of scholarly journal articles appear to speak to one person, Justice Kennedy. They treat an individual judge's ideological red lines to shape their scholarship on issues as wide-ranging as the scope of indirect discrimination protection, the legality of gerrymandering, or the legitimacy of affirmative action. This distortionary effect of possible political impact on scholarship must worry us. Other reasons why short-term political strategy may distort scholarship include the fact that activism often requires quick interventions, where scholarship, good scholarship, requires deep time, requires reading and thinking and discussing and peer reviewing and revising and so on. Activism's time horizons are usually shorter than the academies, incentivizing what are being called scholactivists to take shortcuts, like Professor Sunstein did with his article. Furthermore, a commitment to truth requires a commitment to suspicion, skepticism, and revisability of one's claims. Of course, activists can also be open-minded, but one needs to have a greater degree of certainty to campaign for a cause of justice. Activist certainty and academic skepticism are inherently in tension. Too much concern with immediate impact, as all our funding bodies today demand, can also distort what kind of research is seen as valuable or funded in the academy. So much of our knowledge today is owed to those who sought knowledge without caring about its utility. I worry about the systemic opportunity cost of undiscovered knowledge of a thoroughly utilitarian academy. So even if a scholar is not proximate to power, too keen an eye on the real-world impact can seriously distort scholarship. It can have unintended, even counterproductive consequences. Academic freedom is, after all, a purpose of freedom. It's meant to facilitate the academic pursuit of expert knowledge. And this is why I think Professor Leora Lazarus rightly claims that academic freedom entails a duty on scholars to be independent. She says, I quote, "Academic authority should not be bought or sold for the delivery of convenient ideas or shaped merely in pursuit of government, corporate, or institutional policy. It ought to be the product of an independence of mind and conviction. Consequently, for the claim to authority to be legitimate, claim of scholarly authority to be legitimate, it ought to be exercised independent of political power," end quote. And I add, obviously, corporate power too. And hence, my counterintuitive hypothesis that directly pursuing scholarly impact in the real world may actually make its realization, that is, achievement of justice, less likely because it can distort one's scholarship or embed a scholar in structures of power, whether political, social, or economic. On the other hand, the academy as a system is in fact more likely to challenge power effectively and towards justice by adopting a mode of relative indifference to activism through scholarship. I present this as a hypothesis, for I remain unsure of it myself. We don't live single value lives, and I care about truth as well as justice. As somebody who has drafted bills for MPs, whose work has been cited by 4 different constitutional courts, I hasten to add, without any friendship with the judge, how do I square my activism with my scholarship? In this tentative semi-conclusion, I can only attempt to answer the question biographically. I don't have ready answers to this worry, but I do recognize the tension. So here is what I have aspired to do. The first is to cultivate the virtue of self-awareness, not only of my own moral worldview, but also of my duty of independence, of the inviolability of disciplinary rigor for any academic publication, of not allowing scholarly impact to become an incentive, because that will come at the cost of my scholarship. In some ways, good scholarship without an eye on impact may command more respect than one that actively seeks it out. This is not a Weberian aspiration for value freedom that he argued for in his famous vocation essay. But certainly, it is a cultivation of value awareness as an aspect of self-awareness, combined with value revisability. Secondly, and this is how the activist and the scholar in my mind have agreed upon a division of labor. The activist chooses the topic of research because research is ultimately a lonely, relatively lonely exercise in the start of the process, before you start reading and talking and discussing with your colleagues. You need to have passion and interest to drive you, to keep you interested in the topic. And therefore, I allow the activist to choose the topic. But then the scholar frames the research question. It's important to me that I must not know the answer in advance. Tentative hypotheses, of course, but always revisable or refutable. the activist certainty must not shut down the scholar's skepticism. Once the research question is framed, the scholar takes over, and this is where the activist must shut up. Disciplinary rigor, scholarly virtues of reading, of engagement with the literature, of due consideration, of opposing arguments, of workshopping draft papers, of peer reviews-based revision, all are applied. It's only post-publication that the activist can re-emerge, if necessary. If the paper is worthwhile, the activist does the translation of the scholarship for a wider public through newspapers, through interviews, through podcasts, through talks. This is the process of translating academic truths into public truths through media engagement. This post-publication engagement, to my mind, insulates the research and writing process from activist concerns. The activist is also happy to feed academic learning into policy debates and legal briefs, but always in consultation with other academics as well as activists who may have a better understanding of the actual context. With the modesty of the scholar's narrow expertise that must bow before a practical, all things considered judgment, my deep but narrow knowledge in one small domain may illuminate part of a problem, but a problem of justice typically is multidimensional. And as a scholar with a narrow expertise, I cannot have the necessary depth in all the domains that practical problem solving requires. And finally, the activist must intervene in political and legal debates only through the regular channels of democratic politics, or advising lawyers pro bono who are actually working on live cases, rather than through behind the doors elite access to power. I'm not sure whether these, I hope, careful and cautious compromises help me avoid all the pitfalls I have identified, but they do help me sleep easy. I'll end on that tentative semi-conclusionary note. I thank you for your attention and look forward to other speakers and panelists who will no doubt develop the theme that I have started the seminar with and illuminate to all of us to live as scholars and activists in our troubled world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tarun. I hope you can hear me and see me. You are now going to emerge live and direct from Oxford. Nice to see you. Can you see everybody or just me?
I can just see you, Asta.
Can the camera guys make him see everybody and we all wave to Tarun? Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, these are your fans, right? So, are you ready, Tarun, for a small Q&A?
I am indeed.
Great. So the way we will do it is that we have the Letten Prize coordinator who has been following the chat under the stream. Are there any questions? Any written questions there?
There are no questions from the chat yet.
All right, that's fine. How about you in the audience? I think you better ask a question or else I'm going to be asking some. And it could be I'm not as smart as you guys. Does anyone want to ask a question to Tarun? Okay. Yes. This is Hans-Petter Graver, and he's going to be in the panel with you later, Tarun. Please join us and use the mic on the side.
Thank you very much for a very inspiring and knowledgeable lecture. I would just like to ask you one short question. Could you mention a couple of examples from your work where you have drawn on these experiences and knowledge that you told us about? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure, that's a great question. So one example would be a paper I published a couple of years ago. That was a paper on a particular provision of the Indian Constitution. The Indian Constitution was drafted in the late 1940s amidst great difficulties relating to partition. India was partitioned into India and Pakistan. There were religious riots happening. Lots of people were murdered in the thousands. So in that context, the country chose a secular, broadly liberal democratic constitution. However, the constitution also made certain compromises with Hindu nationalists. And one of those compromises was that it contains a directive to the state seeking a ban on the slaughter of cows. Now, this is, without going into too much contextual detail, cow slaughter is particularly problematic from the Hindu point of view, and this was contentious because a secular constitution should not endorse religious norms. When I started working on this provision as a left progressive scholar, I hated it. I thought this was a deep flaw in the Indian Constitution, and this is what all my colleagues and activists have always believed. And that was the activists' interest in thinking about this provision. The activists wanted to tell a story where I could show that certain provisions of the Constitution, like the cow slaughter provision, should not be taken seriously, and we should take the more liberal democratic provisions more seriously. Right? And then when the scholars started looking at the history and the debates of that era, it became quite clear to me that this was a price that the liberals paid to get the Hindu nationalists to sign up to a broadly liberal constitution, that we would have had a perennially divided country if the constitution did not offer this compromise, and that this provision may well have been the reason why for at least 70 years, that consensus is coming under deep tension now, but for at least 70 years, Hindu nationalists agreed to live under this constitution. So the Indian Constitution in the Global South is a remarkable example of a long-lived constitution, and the scholar discovered that this provision was probably the reason why liberal democracy survived in India for as long as it has.
Thank you, Taron. We have another question. Could you please introduce yourself and pose the question?
Right. Good morning, and thank you so much for your lecture. My name is Nils Korsvold. I'm also from the Young Academy of Norway. And you've talked a lot about the challenges connected to institutional power, but I wanted to ask, because a lot of the debates about scholarly activism today also addresses that as the risk of scholar activists, and many see that as one of the bigger risks also to scholarship, not just from the political side. So I wanted to hear your take on that, please. Thank you.
Nate, can I just thank you for your question. I assume that the question concerns activism on campus. Is that what you're referring to? Sort of activism on, say, on platforming issues? Is that the motivation behind the question?
Often connected to political correctness, Black Lives Matter, etc., etc.
Right. Well, thank you very much. So I want to make a distinction between what is often demanded from the academy by British tabloids, and I'm sure tabloids in other countries as well, and politicians, which is neutrality or objectivity. Right? Now, objectivity and neutrality are different values. The scholar has a duty to be objective. The scholar is not obliged to be neutral. The scholar has a duty to be on the side of truth. So when we think about demands of balance, of intellectual diversity, I find that deeply problematic, because the entire point of the academy is to challenge and root out falsehoods and speak in favor of truth, whereas a demand of balance might require a climate change denialist on an environmental protection panel, which I think is against the very essence of what an academy is. So, which is why I said that I do not endorse the Weberian idea of value freedom, right? Weber in his Science as a Vocation paper sought scholars to be free of values, and I don't think that should be our aspiration, because moral truths are also truths that can be examined and are subject to scholarly debate, especially in philosophy. What we do need to do is to make sure that we are free of political and corporate influences. But if you have ideological views, as long as scholars are open to revisability, to challenge, to skepticism of their own moral beliefs as well, I don't see that as an impediment to scholarship.
Thank you so much, Taran. Our time is actually up. Thank you to the professor and Young Academy of Norway. Taran, I understand you will be following the seminar. So it could be that you would like to pose questions to some of the other scholars who are lecturing. You are welcome to do so. You give notice to our project coordinator. And we're now moving on. So thank you, Taran, and we will see you a bit later. Taran is also going to be back for the final panel at the end of the program. Now, from the University of Oslo, we have 3 exciting topics from 3 exciting scholars. From the Shahbag uprising in Bangladesh to LGBT issues and legal activism in Norway, they all shed light on the topic of today, but from different angles. And after each speaker, we're going to have a Q&A again. So just make mental notes and raise your hand if you would like to pose a question. First up, Anniken Sørli is a postdoctoral fellow at the Faculty of Law in Oslo. She has been awarded His Majesty the King's Gold Medal for her work. She wrote her PhD on the rights of transgender persons in Norway. And over the past decade, as a student, PhD fellow, and researcher, she has combined the roles as scholar and activist, aiming to strengthen the rights of LGBT persons in Norway. She considers this duality as an important role and part of being a scholar. Anniken Sørli, we are all ears.
Thank you very much, Asta. I have been asked to reflect on the role of the legal scholar in the world and to draw on my experiences of being both an activist and legal scholar. My experiences and what I address is, of course, influenced by me being a scholar in Norway and at the University of Oslo. It is a privilege to be a legal scholar in a democracy where also the vast majority of the population have positive attitudes towards lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender persons or queer lives, which is the field that I have focused my research on so far in my career. And compared to colleagues in countries where the academic freedom is more at risk, I consider that I am in a privileged position. Research on the legal status of LGBTI persons is, however, often considered as activism and has perhaps a lower status than other fields of legal research. And this makes it perhaps even more important to find the right balance between the role as a legal scholar and the role as an activist, or increases the importance of ensuring that one's legal arguments are strong. In my presentation, I will address two issues that I consider being of great relevance, but also challenging when trying to combine being a legal scholar with activism. Firstly, the expectations from the queer community, or the individuals included in your research. The expectations may be high and perhaps also unrealistic. So how to handle the expectations that the community may have to you and your research? And this is, I believe, also closely linked to the method of combining legal analysis with empirical interview-based data. The second issue is the issue of being true to scholarly tradition and what prevailing law is, and not letting the desire for change leading one to formulate poor legal arguments with little basis in prevailing law. First of all, I consider that using our expertise to the best of others, for example, by working for changes in law and society, improving the lives of vulnerable groups, as our responsibility as researchers. In my view, we should aim at using our academic knowledge for the good of society and, in a way, to give something back. I have focused my research on the legal status and lives of transgender people living in Norway. My interest for this goes 10 years back, when I, as a master's student in law, searched for a topic for my thesis that no one in Norway had written about before, that interested me, and that had the potential of contributing to making a difference for the life of individuals. And this led me to explore the former Norwegian administrative practice requiring surgical removal of reproductive organs for the change of legal gender. And in a way, this was both my start as a researcher and activist, and when I truly began to combine academic work with social engagement. As a scholar, I position myself within the tradition of Nordic women's law, taking the lives of individuals as the starting point for investigating the legal situation of individuals, and in my case, transgender people. Professor Tove Stang-Dahl defined the aim of women's law as to describe, explain, and understand the legal position of women with the specific aim of improving the position of women in law and society. And in particular, I have been interested in how law affects trans persons' lives, how and in what way law matters, and how the law is applied in practice, and how the operationalization of law affects the everyday life of transgender persons in Norway. To hopefully reach the aim of contributing to improving the position of transgender persons in Norway, I have combined internal and external critique of law, drawing on empirical data and queer theory when analyzing law. I've been interested in the power of law and how law works for vulnerable groups and the lives of individuals who are rather invisible in law and perhaps not thought of when the law was written. The lives of queer people and how their lives may differ from the lives of non-trans or heterosexual people has to a great extent been rather invisible in Norwegian law. This may lead to injustice, such as the former requirements of sterilization or divorce for transgender persons who want to change their legal gender. To disclose the injustice and the power of law, to illustrate how it affects lives, and to argue in favor of how law should, and in some cases need to be amended, to better harmonize with human rights, such as the right to private life and non-discrimination, has been key in my work. So in order to take the lives of trans persons as the starting point for my research, I have conducted interviews with transgender persons living in Norway and parents of transgender children, as well as having several informal meetings with people from LGBTI organizations, etc. Interviewing people in vulnerable situations often includes strong narratives about their lives. To mention one example from my study, it included stories about suicidal thoughts and suicide attempts. According to interview participants, this was closely connected to the law and how law was practiced. For example, not enabling change of legal gender or social misrecognition because of being denied access to trans-specific health care. This illustrates that interviews often include stories that affect you, stories about challenges and struggles, and in some cases, this is closely connected to what the law is or how it is applied in practice. It is difficult not to be emotionally affected, but to ensure objectivity is crucial, and to be reflexive and examining and identifying our personal beliefs that may affect the research. Moreover, as researchers, we should have in mind that informants often participate in a study because they hope that it will contribute to change. They expect something from the study. And perhaps, particularly when the researcher is an insider of, for example, the queer community, and perhaps also a legal scholar. It could be that interview participants have unrealistic expectations to the outcome of the research and may expect great changes, for example, that it will lead to a legal amendment, or that the study or a research paper will conclude that an issue is in violation of the law. So in my view, it is crucial to have this in mind when providing information to interview participants and the community, being open, realistic, and also informing about law may also enable activists and the community to better plan their strategic work. Being an insider of the queer community may be both beneficial and a source of bias when the research aims to improving queer lives or the legal status of queer people. It may be easier to gain trust and to recruit interview participants, and in that way, make access to empirical data easier. Being an insider may also influence the knowledge production in the way that the position as an insider and queer activist may have a bearing on what interview participants share with you and influence the research questions. However, it may also make you blind to other considerations. This relates closely to the second challenge or possible pitfall that I want to address. Not pushing the law too far, but being true to legal science, a method, may be a challenge when combining academic work with activism. We need to have in mind that are we ever to gonna contributing to changes that matters for people, we have to be true to legal method and research ethics. We need to be sensitive to what prevailing law is and to distinguish between what the law is and what we want the law to be. I believe that it will help us sharpening our legal arguments, and importantly, it will increase our credibility, both in academia and also towards politicians, carefully balancing and highlighting conflicting interests and human rights when that's relevant is important. Pushing the law too far may, in the end, harm our possibilities to combating injustice, and our arguments may be taken less seriously and given less weight. To desire change in law and society, and being emotionally affected by what interview participants tell us is for me and many others an important source of motivation. In order to succeed, I believe it's important to combine this with being true to legal science and research ethics. That will give credibility to our research and the arguments we provide when arguing in favor of strengthening the legal status of vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Anniken. Thank you, that was very clear. I find that you seem to have like a very natural relationship to this duality of being an activist and a scholar. If I may ask you a question first, I was wondering, Taran described a process where he lets the activist choose the topic, and then the activist must, if I quote Taran correctly, shut up throughout the process, the research process. It is the scholar who's in the driving seat, and then the activist may reappear after publication. Is this something you identify with? Could you talk a little bit about how you see the process?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a good way to describe the process. I believe that you often start off with this, like as an activist, and you interact with activists and, for example, the LGBTI community, digging and searching for perhaps the gaps in law or the great challenges, the biggest challenges for individuals' lives. And I believe that the way he framed it, in a way, can be used to also describe the two different challenges that, or the process that I, in a way, was talking about when emphasizing the importance of being true to legal method and what prevailing law is. So that's perhaps, in a way, that part of the process he called, where the activist was had to shut up. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Do we have any other questions? Digital or physical? Yes. This is Malcolm Langford, ladies and gentlemen, from the University of Oslo.
Thanks for a wonderful presentation. So you work in a field which is not just polarized in a binary way, but it's polarized in many directions. I mean, feminism is split over transgender rights, you have the medical community, even conservatism and religion is split because transgenderism can also affirm a binary gender identity. So I'm wondering how you navigate that world. Does it make it even more complicated, or does it actually make it somewhat easier as an academic?
That's a very good question. Well, I believe that it increases the importance of being respectful, and I think that it's very important to have meetings with different organizations, with medical practitioners, for example, that you perhaps disagree with, and to, in a way, also establish trust towards those you disagree with. And I think that if you interact with those you disagree with, you will also it will help you to also find out which arguments you have to counter in your research when you write a research paper, and it will perhaps strengthen your work, I think. So for example, if you write about the issue of whether trans women should have access to women's bathrooms, you should listen to the arguments from the radical feminists arguing that trans women should not have access because it will because it will, well, in their view, be a danger for cis women, non-trans women, enabling potential sexual harassment in the bathrooms. I think that if you listen to that argument, it will then you will be sure to write about that position in your research paper and provide arguments why, well, for example, that it has no basis in research for that position, for example, or provide legal arguments against that view. So I think that it will help you to see different arguments and to sharpen your arguments. Yeah. Mm.
All right. I was just thinking when you were talking, because I come from the field of arts and culture, and in arts and culture there's this, I would say maybe the cultural elite has this, is very adamant about separating agendas, political views, those type of things from art itself. They want to keep art pure somehow. Whereas I've never understood how that is possible, because I find that art comes from people. So you are who you are and you bring your lived life into it. So the art that comes out will be a reflection of that. Maybe research is a bit like that as well.
Yes, yes. And I think that you will always, that the research will always be influenced by who you are. And yeah, I think it's impossible to separate it completely. Yeah.
And I think the more different people we have who do research, the more we will know about the world, because people see, depending on who you are, you see different things.
Yes, yes.
And
so I think it will influence the research questions, and yeah, for example, how you see law, what you're able to discover, whether you're able to discover gaps. So I believe that a queer person and a non-queer person may see the gaps differently, may discover different gaps. And that means that we, for example, need both queer legal scholars and non-queer legal scholars working on the same issues, I think.
Thank you very much, Anniken Sørli. Up next, postdoctoral fellow Dr. Sanjib Hossain. In the summer of 2010, 34 years after his uncle was hanged to death by Bangladeshi military dictator General Zia, Sanjib assisted the preparation of a writ petition. It was filed before the Bangladesh Supreme Court, challenging the execution of his late uncle. 3 years later, in 2013, he found himself at the heart of the Shabab movement, amongst hundreds of thousands of Bangladeshis seeking the death penalty for war criminals. All this culminated in Sanjib pursuing doctoral studies at the Warwick Law School, exploring the legality and legitimacy of Bangladesh's fight against impunity. So this is Sanjib's topic today. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Letten Foundation and the Young Academy of Norway for organizing this event and having me as a participant in this seminar. Although it's through a screen, it's really nice to see Tharunav again. I'm sure we agree that if Tharun could be here in person, it would be great. But life isn't perfect, and sometimes academia and activism isn't perfect either. I'm not much of an academic or an activist. However, as a student of the law, I have had the opportunity to take part in somewhat of academia and activism. For me, activism and academia turned out to be deeply personal. Recently, I was reading the memoir by Amartya Sen, and in the preface of this book, Professor Sen talks about the Iranian mathematician Al-Biruni, who spent many years in India. According to Al-Biruni, Indian intellectuals had the most unusual gift of talking eloquently on subjects about which they knew absolutely nothing. Keeping that in mind, the least I can do today is talk about the things I have experienced, whether I fully understand them, or if my actions are legitimate is a different question altogether, and it's a question that I can't answer because I cannot be a judge of my own cause. The hope is that these experiences may have some value to those who think seriously about legal activism. I'd like to tell you about 2 stories today. The first story relates to me and many others who sought justice for the execution of my uncle, on whom a special martial law tribunal passed a death sentence in 1976. The other story relates to my participation in the Shahbag movement in 2013, where we sought justice for the millions who perished at the hands of the Pakistan Army and its local auxiliaries during the bloody birth of Bangladesh in 1971. What ties these 2 events together is how I, someone who belongs to a family that suffered immensely because of the existence of the death penalty, could then take part in a movement where we sought the death penalty as an ultimate form of punishment for a war criminal. I do have a PowerPoint which contains 9 photos, and in the course of this presentation, I'd like to show you these photos in the hope that they will help you understand what it is that I was a part of. The first 4 photos, which I will show you now, relate to my father's elder brother, Abu Taher. In Bangladesh, Taher is adored by many in the political center and left for his role in Bangladesh attaining independence. However, he's also derided by the right wing for his socialist, secular, and egalitarian ideals. So here are 4 photos. So that's Taher with his wife. This photo was probably taken in 1974. What you can't see in this photo is that Taher actually has 1 leg. The other leg was blown away in the war. And then, of course, this contains many of my family members. It has my father, my aunties, Taher holding the camera, his daughter, his nephew. Everyone in this photo is alive, other than Taher, of course. This is my grandmother, who was, in this photo, she's been carried to her son's grave just after he was buried. And this, of course, is a photo from the 1990s. The lady in the photo happens to be the current Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina. In this event, she was, to the best of my knowledge, seeking justice for Taher's execution. So why and how was Taher executed in 1976, and how did we find justice 35 years after his execution? Taher was essentially put on trial for treason, for allegedly attempting to overthrow the government and subvert Bangladesh's armed forces. The entire trial process from beginning to end took place over a few weeks inside the Dhaka Central Jail. Perhaps the most glaring discrepancy of the trial itself was that the maximum punishment for the crime with which Taher was charged under Bangladesh's penal code was life imprisonment, not the death penalty. Taher was denied the right of appeal, while his lawyers were forced to take an oath of secrecy to never discuss matters relating to the trial ever. On the 17th of July, 1976, the Special Martial Law Tribunal constituted by the then military dictator General Zia passed the death sentence on Taher. 3 days later, he would be hanged at the age of 37. For a good number of years after that, the fate of our family was guided by the strength and perseverance of the women of my family, who held things together because the men were either dead or imprisoned for their political beliefs. Nearly 35 years later, on March 22, 2011, the Supreme Court of Bangladesh declared that the Special Martial Law Tribunal, which tried and convicted Taher, was barren of lawful authority. So how did we reach this judgment? The story begins with a meeting held in a spring evening in 2010 at the chambers of Dr. Shaleen Malik, a leading expert of constitutional law in Bangladesh. It was during this meeting that was initiated by my father that we brainstormed the prospect of challenging the legality and the constitutionality of Taher's trial and execution. On the guidance and advice of Dr. Malik, we took several important decisions that day. We agreed that the way forward would be to file a writ petition before the Supreme Court challenging the legality of the establishment and proceedings of the Special Martial Law Tribunal, which tried and convicted Taher. As our meeting progressed, we shared a unanimous feeling that the court was not a venue to settle political scores. Based on this understanding, we took a strategic decision not to make any political arguments in our writ petition. It was decided that I would assist Dr. Malik in the drafting of this petition. We agreed to keep our discussions amongst ourselves. In light of the declaration of the invalidity of the Fifth Amendment, we felt that there was a good chance that the Supreme Court would respond favorably to our petition. Nevertheless, we also acknowledged that if we shared our plans with others, we would most likely face unwarranted interruptions or interventions from quarters beyond our control that would prevent us from filing our petition. And thus began our preparation. In the course of the next few months, after multiple trips to the National Archives of Bangladesh, retrieving relevant martial law regulations and historical newspapers, followed by hours of drafting and redrafting, our writ petition was ready. It was as a consequence of the filing of this writ petition that in 2011, 35 years after Taher's execution, that the Supreme Court of Bangladesh declared that the Special Martial Law Tribunal, which tried and convicted Taher, was barren of lawful authority, and Taher's execution amounted to extrajudicial murder. This brings me to the second set of photos, which I'd like to share now. This is Jahannar Imam, who's a symbol of resistance, and she's known for her fight against impunity, fight against impunity in the cause of justice for the people who lost their lives during Bangladesh's liberation war. The person showing the victory sign is, of course, Abdul Qadir Mullah. He was executed by hanging in 2013. In Bangladesh, he is known as a war criminal. And these are photos from the Shahbag movement. How did I find myself in a movement demanding the death penalty? On February 13th, 2013, on the 5th of February 2013, the International Crimes Tribunal handed down a sentence of life imprisonment on Abdul Qadir Mullah after convicting him for crimes against humanity. In the course of this 15-month-long trial, it had been proved beyond reasonable doubt that during Bangladesh's liberation war, Mullah had actively taken part in the murder of 300 to 350 unarmed civilians and the parents and sisters and brother of Momena Begum, who appeared as an eyewitness for the prosecution. While being escorted out of the tribunal, Mullah raised his right hand and showed a victory sign before press cameras. Why would someone just coming to terms with the reality that he would spend the remaining years of his life in prison show a victory sign? By parting his index and middle finger by 45-odd degrees, many believed that Mullah had sent a message to those who had been waiting for justice for 42 years for the mass atrocities that had been committed against them in 1971. The much anticipated war crimes trials in Bangladesh were gradually rekindling a once lost faith that impunity would not go unchallenged. The message embedded within Mullah's victory sign was a reminder that he had evaded justice for the major part of his life, and even the International Crimes Tribunal had proved itself inept to change that. This was because Mullah would probably be freed from prison if a favorable government returned to power in the future. This was unsurprising, especially since serious offenders from the 1971 war, convicted of murder, rape, and arson, were unconditionally and illegally released from prison after 1975 by the military dictator General Zia Rahman. As the news of the sentence of life imprisonment imposed on Abdul Qadir Mullah began to spread, and a small group of young men and women led a procession protesting the verdict to Shahbag, which is a busy intersection at the heart of Dhaka. They believed that maximum punishment, capital punishment, in place of a sentence of imprisonment would have been proportionate to the crimes for which Mullah had been found guilty. The news of this gathering spread quickly. In the following weeks and months, crowds ranging from 100,000 to 500,000 gathered at Shahbag on a daily basis. An intriguing quality of the Shahbag movement was that its demands were framed and expressed in a carnival-like atmosphere. A BBC correspondent described the affair as an unusual outpouring of feeling. Some recited the poems they had written, while others sang the songs they had composed. Many things happened in the months following the Shahbag movement, but to cut a long story short, after a lengthy appeal, Mullah's sentence of life imprisonment was increased to the death penalty, and he was executed by hanging after that. To me, the Shahbag movement shouldn't be reduced to many people seeking the death penalty. Rather, Shahbag was a movement where people who had been deprived of justice for the better part of 4 decades demanded maximum punishment for those found guilty of crimes against humanity. A people living in a society that had never critically engaged with the philosophy, the legitimate philosophy, that the death penalty is inhumane, it is degrading, it is a degrading form of punishment. Because the application of the death penalty remained legally valid and practiced, and was the maximum punishment in Bangladesh, the people who gathered at Shahbag felt that a person who was responsible for the murders of hundreds of people should not receive a life term. How did prominent human rights organizations react to the demands of Shahbag? In one statement after another, human rights organizations claimed that executions by hanging of war criminals will not deliver justice to the people of Bangladesh. I've asked myself, do human rights organizations exercise a monopoly over deciding what constitutes justice and how it ought to be defined? Is it possible that the idea of justice may have plural meanings and interpretations, and that it may change from one vantage point to another? Is the act of claiming that one particular understanding of justice is more legitimate than another understanding of justice elitist? How effective are one-page statements that issue calls for moratoriums in languages and terminologies that do not speak to societies that have undergone extreme levels of trauma? What does it mean when several 100,000 people demand the death penalty? With regards to a criminal justice system which had essentially failed to hold to account the perpetrators of the most egregious crimes for the better part of 4 decades, is it surprising that a large section of the population belonging to that society will equate justice with the imposing of the maximum punishment available to that system? Towards the end of 2013, I arrived in England to pursue doctoral studies at the Warwick Law School. This time, I took off my activist hat and I wore the hat of an academic. And I'll admit, the transition, if there ever was a transition, was not easy. I thought deeply about many of these questions as I explored the legality and the legitimacy of the justice process in Bangladesh that was desperately trying to fight impunity after a long hiatus. So how did I make sense of it all? I wouldn't be fully honest with you if I said I am able to make sense of it all, but I am trying. The eminent historian E.H. Carr tells us that attaining total objectivity is impossible. Marty Koskiniemi says that when we feel intensely about something we know about, it invariably becomes political. The question is how to be objective about something we feel intensely about. When engaged in legal activism, you'll invariably find yourself tied with causes you feel intensely about. And when you feel intensely about something, the intensity can blind you. But it necessarily doesn't always have to be like that. With the passage of time, by historicizing, by constantly self-reflecting, it is possible to strive to be objective. It's easy to dehumanize the Shahbag movement and to reduce it to many people baying for blood. But I'm afraid that's the easy and lazy thing to do. The job of an academic and a scholar ought to be to understand why so many people would go to such lengths to attain their understanding of justice. In my quest to be an academic, I reached the following conclusion with regards to Shahbag in my doctoral thesis, and I'm just going to read out 2 paragraphs from that thesis, and I'm going to end my speech. The chain of events leading to the execution of Abdul Qadir Mullah in December 2013 raises important questions that are likely to pique the interest of those who concern themselves with the mechanics and pitfalls of transitional justice and are keen on using international criminal law as a tool to fight the culture of impunity. One of the reasons why the principle of complementarity identifies national criminal jurisdictions as the first line of attack against the culture of impunity is because it allows justice not just to be done, but to be seen to be done by those who were directly and indirectly affected by the most serious crimes. The first point of tension that complementarity does not account for is the possibility that the process of justice, of local justice, may be prone to be influenced by the sentiments of the victims. By demanding what it understood as justice, the Shahbag movement, which sparked off in February 2013, put to test the very notions of the independence of the judiciary in Bangladesh. If more movements like Shahbag emerged after the judgments failed to satisfy the victim's sense of justice, following which laws were amended and punishments enhanced, the political interference to ongoing justice processes would be apparent, and such events would certainly derail the whole justice process and strip itself of legitimacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. Your lecture was longer.
Yes, sorry.
But it was also very, very interesting. And I think I will be forgiven if I say that we do not have time for a Q&A.
Of course.
But may I tell people that your professional contact info is out there if people are interested in getting in touch and learning more about your research. I also found it very interesting that you started off by saying that I'm not really an activist, and then you have had a personal experience with, I would say, massive, you have committed massive activist activities, one could say, that have laid the foundation for a very interesting scholarly career. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And best of luck with your work. So we're heading towards a break, but we are going to have one last lecture before the break, and then there is another one after. We are now going to welcome back Malcolm Langford, Professor of Public Law and Director of CEL, Centre for Excellence in Education. He began his career working at the Australian Human Rights Commission and Centre on Housing and Evictions in Geneva. As a lawyer, social scientist, and author, Malcolm crosses many legal fields, examining his own advocacy, because you also have an activist streak, one could say, and advising governments and international organizations. A warm welcome to the Letten Seminar, Malcolm Langford.
Thanks very much. Thanks to the Letten Prize, and a special thanks or congratulations to you for giving the award to Taran, who has really lightened up the field of constitutional law with his brilliance, but also his engagement in Indian public life. As a 15-year-old at the other end of the world, I chose law and economics because I wanted to make a difference. The plan was politics, but I came of age in the 1980s. It was human rights and environment that mattered then, for many in my generation. So I chose the former, and I spent 8 years working in Australia, Africa and Eastern Europe, especially on housing rights, and most deeply in Kenya, with local communities on issues of forced eviction and slum upgrading and resettlement. It was a journey in itself, seeing the potential of human rights advocacy to make real material differences in people's lives and power structures. It was also a lesson on the limits of human rights, the limits of international organisations, the limits of local and international elites like ourselves, and ultimately the white man's burden. In 2007, I moved to Norway and stumbled accidentally into the role of a full-time academic. Accidents do happen. The last 14 years has been a different journey of seeking to reconcile the slow scientific rigour of the academy with the urgent cry for necessary social change, the head and the heart, to put it in very banal terms. In speaking with students about this tension, I often contrast two figures, Noam Chomsky and today Mariana Mazzucato. Chomsky is a world-renowned linguist by day and equally renowned social critic by night. Mazzucato is a star Italian-British economist whose work on reforming capitalism is at the core of her research. She mobilises constantly and thoughtfully the resources in her discipline, the so-called dismal science of economics, for public policy. In my view, both approaches have their virtues. The first maintains a distinction, a clear distinction in roles, and maintains the legitimacy of the scholar. The second harnesses the transformative power of scholarship. Either, done well, is commendable. Either, done poorly, deserves reflection. It's a choice, I believe, that each must make in their own context, and academia is arguably served by diversity. So it's nice to be, for example, the token white male today on the panel. One of the most remarkable and striking women I have met in academia is Stella Nyanzi, a widely cited Ugandan academic and anthropologist turned activist. An extremely sharp mind, but her method is radical rudeness. Her academic presentations had a way of making you remarkably personally uncomfortable. And once I had to moderate a session with African judges who were up in arms, who almost wanted to throttle her. She's been jailed for profound poetry about Uganda's presidents, which earned her an 18-month prison sentence. As the verdict was read in court, she bared her breasts and shouted insults at the judge. Her rudeness, though, created a platform in Uganda and was one way of channeling anger for many against the regime. Whether you choose the Chomsky approach or the Mazzucato approach, both are difficult in practice. And the key to finding one's role and navigating it lies, I believe, in the idea of responsiveness and some key dialectics, which you've really, in many ways, already heard today. In my PhD, I argued that the idea of responsive law has two dimensions. It is justice-seeking, seeking to make a material political difference, but is also reflective and self-conscious. One is not simply responsive to immediate needs in society, but is humble enough to understand that justice long-term must be secured in institutions, democracy in the rule of law. There must be also responsiveness to other actors, even if they are powerful and must be challenged. The same, I believe, could be said of the responsive legal scholar. Justice-seeking, as our keynote spoke about today, but also self-conscious and reflective about their roles, as he also spoke about. In this respect, I want to comment more concretely on two ways of navigating this space. The first is critical empiricism. My experience in researching and engaging in many fields, human rights, international investment law, constitutional law, and now also legal technology, is that polarization is more present than absent. And this creates deep challenges for the responsive scholar. In many of these fields, justice seeking is simply taking a side, is simply playing politics. It creates little respect. And this was even more acute when I've been researching the impact of my own work and colleagues' work, for example, in the field of social rights. How do you maintain a distance? I believe a useful approach is what we can call critical empiricism. To engage critically, to speak truth to power, but to engage the resources of scholarship, the repertoire of empirical methods and normative thinking we have, and a commitment to objectivity. As Redhead argues in his article on critical modernity, this requires a constant reflexivity, a relentless reviewing of processes and methods and continual reinvention of vocabulary to check what we are doing, keeping our eye on the critical goal, but challenging the work of our hands. And importantly, being open to contrary or different results. Even if we engage with social movements, we must also be a critical reflex for them, I believe. I've experienced this particularly strongly in the work of the very polarised field of international investment arbitration. By taking a statistical approach, using, for example, quantitative network analysis, in determining the extent of non-transparent arbitral networks, the stale, male and pale networks of international law, we've been able to shed some light on the field, the extent of the problem, and recently helped states and other actors work towards a compromise and a code of conduct in the United Nations. But interesting some of this research with a colleague who has very different normative views than mine, but a commitment to empirical method, I've also had to challenge many of my own preconceptions and perhaps of some of my biases against the field. Critical empiricism, therefore, captures what I believe is a first simple reflexive approach, or basically a lesson I try to take each day. If a field is populated by many actors, play the academic. It's a real contribution. If no one, though, is making normative claims, it's a very unpopulated field. Engage as a public intellectual. It is also a real contribution, being reflexive to the context. Moreover, such an approach allows us to speak also truth to academic power. We heard about Cass Sunstein in 1991 today, and we could also talk about Cass Sunstein in the early 2000s. But it also means speaking truth to our own personal academic power. The second is critical empathy. Much of our social engagement is generated by empathy, an effective solidarity with the situation of those suffering disadvantage. But this is also a trap, so-called doxic empathy. Today in the world we have what Steven Pinker has called an empathy craze, from empathy projects in schools, conspicuous empathy of politicians, to business consultants that extol empathy training for maximising profits, and development workers that are sent off to the global south to learn to empathise and return to the global north to speak on behalf of the oppressed. In the process affirming, as Lob has said, the global neoliberal order. The hard and deep question for many academics is what is driving our empathy and what is its role? In Paulo Freire's famous Pedagogy of the Impressed, empathy is also present, expressed for the suffering of the disadvantaged and oppressed. But it is dialogic and reflexive, with an acute of awareness of the asymmetry in powers, dedicated to a project of vesting authority and political literacy away from themselves and towards the members of the oppressed community as respected co-creators of an embodied knowledge of social suffering. And we've just heard a very powerful speech from Sanjeep on precisely this in Bangladesh. If we engage with critical empathy with these social movements demanding the death penalty, how do we engage as international human rights activists who view the death penalty as anathema? I believe critical empathy provides us resources for that conversation, rather than just seeking to reject it in simple terms. When we choose to engage, we need to ask what motivates us. Is it a doxic empathy that makes us look good on social media or in research applications? Or a critical empathy that is truly committed to social transformation? And it may be an empathy that requires letting go of our academic power as much as brandishing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Any questions for Malcolm or comments? We have a little bit of time before the break. Yes, please, you can find your way to the stage. Anyone else, by the way, who would like to ask a question or comment? All right.
My name is Inge Sand from the University of Oslo and the Faculty of Law here. Thank you so much for this and also for all the other lectures we've heard today. And my question maybe also goes to the others, but I think you pinpointed it in many ways. Academic truth is a vital goal, but today we're also seeing that that is also a very complex thing. There may be many truths around there, and we work from many different perspectives, and also being a very objective and trying to be a very scientifically objective researcher, we're faced with the complexity of the world and the very many different contexts and perspectives we need to take into consideration. And I think you showed that very clearly here, and I think your concepts of critical empathy and empiricism are really important. But does this mean that we need to sort of enlarge or broaden our academic methods into including both the concepts you showed, but also to place ourselves contextually, to demand the researchers that we always place ourselves in a context, explain that context, and when we go into more singular questions, that we always try to explain them in a broader societal context in order to say what are the preconditions and what do I study and what do I not study in order to have a more societal concept of academic truth. Please.
Thank you.
Thanks for a wonderful question. So if we are to be self-critical, engage in critical empiricism, that also means, as I indicated, being critical to our own methods. And most of us as academics learn pretty much one method. But anyone who, studies Aristotle, and most people do at some point, knows that there are three types of knowledge. There is the observational, there is the revelatory, which lawyers are very concerned with, Moses who came down with the Ten Commandments, or the Parliament that comes down with all these laws. We read them, we interpret them like religious scholars, like doctrine. And the third is, logic and rationalism. But within each of these, there are many methods. Within observational approaches, we have quantitative and we have qualitative approaches. We now have computational approaches. And we need all of this if we're only going to get a sense of what is actually true. So I believe one of the great dangers in academia is this hegemonic approach within disciplines, where we believe that we have this sort of sole understanding of the truth and a lack of respect for other methodological traditions. And there's the famous story of, all the blind scientists feeling different parts of the elephant and describing very different things. So it's a tree when I hold the leg of the elephant, when I'm holding the trunk. No, it's a snake. But together, perhaps we can see the whole elephant. But I think, Inga, you take it further in a very important way, which many of us have been into, is that also there is a truth outside academia, a truth that's not necessarily based in the long epistemological traditions that we have, but there is the truth of experience. And I counted this both in activism as an academic, listening to communities, finding my own understanding of, for example, informal settlements in Kenya completely turned upside down, understanding the complexities of power at the local level, the economies at the local level, the way in which people actually live dignified lives in that context, and perhaps had different demands than the ones that good-meaning northerners thought that they actually had. And I think the example of Bangladesh takes it even further in terms of what these truths might be. So we need an epistemological openness as much as we need an epistemological rigour.
Thank you. I was actually thinking about the other lecturers while you were speaking, because you said the responsive scholar is justice-seeking. Yes? The responsive scholar is reflexive. There was a lot of reflection, and the responsive scholar is self-conscious. I could see that in the former lectures. What do you think?
Deeply. I mean, I think I was really affected by the other lectures, so it's been a real privilege, actually, to be here today. I'm not sure if Sanjeev wants to respond at all to that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Could you quickly just repeat that question again, just so that...
According to Malcolm, the responsive scholar is self-conscious,
Yes.
reflexive, and seeks justice.
Yeah.
And when I was listening to you and the others, I could see that all of you have some of these traits.
I certainly hope so. One thing that I've constantly tried is to be self-critical, and I've often found that after the passage of some time, when there is a degree of distance from the event itself, the moment of activism, distance actually helps. And it allows you to think back and reassess the things you've done. And it actually allows you to be self-critical. And one thing for sure is, let's say, the person that I was 10 years ago is quite different from the person that I am now. And I would hope that it applies to all scholars. I mean, it would be a pity if we were static and didn't evolve or change. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. Yes, Malcolm, would you like to say something before we go for our break? Round off for us?
I think it's a very good point about time. And often, when I look back on my own activism and academia engagement, you think about things you would have done differently or other things you might be proud of. But I think a key challenge for us is, how do we create time now? How do I get time in a world of acceleration, demands, both academic, as Taran was talking about, and in the social world? And that requires personal, if not spiritual, resources to get that sense of distance, that space, to understand, what will I engage in? How will I engage it? How will I create? How will I make an academic contribution in that context? And so I think it's a profound thing that Sanjeev is saying about time, but how do we create time and distance right now? And I think that is critical for all of us. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you. Yes, and I think you have all raised this, the urge to reflect in all of us. We're now going to take a break, and I have just 3 practical important messages. For those of you attending physically, you will find refreshments at Hotel Karl Johan. There is a map just next to you on your seat. Please make sure to maintain social distance at all times during the break. And for all of you watching digitally and for those of you in the room, please be back. We will start the program again with another lecture before venturing into the panel. And everybody needs to be back at 11:30. Enjoy the break. At du kan begynne. Welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed your break. You're now in for a treat. We're going to continue our line of scholars from the University of Oslo. And from there, we're going to have a panel talk with Taran, the laureate from 2018, conversing with 2 other scholars. So, our next speaker is a well-known public commentator. She's been working on women's rights, human rights, and law and development in sub-Saharan Africa for nearly 2 decades. As founder of a joint European doctoral program called EDOLAD, she supports research in the role of law in international development. Challenging the dominance of Western or Northern academics, she's been organizing annual summer schools for early career researchers in the Global South. Please welcome Professor at the Department of Public and International Law, Ingunn Ekdahl.
Thank you, Asta. Thanks so much for this invite to reflect on the role of the legal scholar in the world and on the promises and pitfalls of legal activism. And also thanks to the earlier presenters today for sharing your insights and reflections. My starting premise is to question whether we ever face a choice of being either scholars or activists. That perhaps, in a broad sense of the word, we cannot avoid being activists. As scholars, we contribute to the production of knowledge. Nearly 400 years ago, Thomas Hobbes wrote that knowledge is power. And Michel Foucault also coined the term power-knowledge as an expression of the mutuality between the two, that power is based on knowledge and makes use of knowledge, but also that power reproduces and shapes knowledge. So as academics, we continually make decisions about the production of knowledge through our choices as to what we research, which themes we emphasize in our teaching, and which PhD projects we support. So to suggest that this can be done without an active role, that you can draw a clear line between the academic activities and the exercise and existence of power, would suggest then that law and knowledge about the law can be detached from power, context, and politics, from a history and a future. I do not believe that. So I suggest approaching this not as a question of scholar versus activists, but rather about making conscious choices between different ways to act and present and engage and interact. And of course, then, remaining silent or remaining passive is also a choice. So thus, my title is A Closet Full of Clothes, Tailoring Your Legal Activist Outfit. There is a myriad of different ways, then, to carry out our role, and the challenge is to choose and adapt the way that we act under specific circumstances. And in some ways, this resembles standing in front of a closet full of clothes and choosing what to wear. So I'll now give 3 personal examples of pieces in my own closet of activist outfits. The first is what I'm wearing right now, the black trousers and white shirt outfit. The safe choice for all occasions. It's not provocative, it's not controversial. People hardly notice it as being an outfit at all. An academic version of this is contributing to public debate through dissemination of the basics of our knowledge. So when law-related issues appear in public debates, even very basic explanations of concepts and norms can be useful and needed indeed. So the point then is not to promote a particular interpretation or view on a controversial issue, but to share the basic knowledge. So, of course, such curating of information also entails that you make choices, but this type of outfit then allows you to tone down your own perspectives. The idea is rather to contribute knowledge as pointers for others, so they can develop their own analysis, their own views, including politicians and journalists, as well as judges and the general public. So why do I still want to call this activism? Well, it's partly to demystify the idea of activism. I think this is not something that only some scholars choose to do. That whenever public debates touch on our own fields of scholarship, we should then engage in conscious efforts to bring our knowledge to bear on the debates, to ensure that it can be informed by, for example, an understanding of law and the legal structures. Then, however, there are also more risky activist outfits to choose. A second version is the piece of clothing with more personality, with more a wish to be seen and noticed. Today, I wear it in the form of an orange jacket. I put on this second outfit last year in the context of the Norwegian so-called NAV scandal, where wrongful application of EU or EEA law had led to large-scale miscarriage of justice against recipients of certain social insurance benefits, in cases where they had been then traveling abroad. In addition to causing massive financial distress for thousands of people, there were around 50 or so wrongful criminal judgments as well, without legal basis, including imprisonments. My choice of a more colorful activist outfit in that case came from a growing unease about the narrative, the explanations that came to dominate the public sphere. That some perspectives, some lines of arguments were remaining in the shadows. So, feeling an increasing urge to highlight these, I did some interviews with media, moving beyond mere neutrality towards more explicit critique of the views of others. Clearly, voicing critique through mass media is far from the scholarly traditions. We know that media privileges arguments that are short, tabloid, controversial, and fitting into the day-to-day news cycle. So it can be hard then to avoid being drawn into pure politics or into the political agendas of others. So to handle this, eventually with colleague Kristoffer Eriksen, we tailored then a specific outfit, establishing an academic blog on the case, trying to unpack the developments as they were taking place. And that type of media, writing a blog, has an advantage of allowing us to present longer arguments. It was thus more in line with our familiar role as academics, but still allowing us to bring critical perspectives to the broader public debate. I think it's a key point that critique should not be limited to articles and books read mainly by other scholars in our own fields. Immanuel Kant wrote on the unfeigned respect that reason grants only to that which has been able to withstand its free and public examination. As academics, we are in a rare and valuable position of freedom and autonomy to participate in such free and public examination and critique. But of course, that also means that our own arguments, they must also be able to withstand free and public examination. So even if the style of writing or speaking is different in public debates, many of the academic requirements to the scholar remains, of founding your views, your arguments in proper sources, and being transparent about the basis for your claims. So, a third piece of clothing is this big warm shawl. This is a piece of clothing which is extremely handy when you're traveling. You can wrap it around you when you're entering the cold, air-conditioned meeting rooms. You can use it to cover your bare shoulders, when entering a house of worship. So the key word then is that this is a piece of clothing that allows you to shift between contexts. Part of my work as an academic has been in sub-Saharan Africa, doing research and teaching in fields such as gender equality, human rights, and law and development. And research in these fields is frequently closely linked to ideas that academic knowledge can indeed be used for the good of society. Of course, the discussion of whether concepts such as human rights and gender equality and justice and development are universal or if they're Western, how they relate to the dynamics of culture and power, that's a rich and complex one. And I think Sanjeeb clearly pointed out the importance of discussing these. And Malcolm and Anniken both touched upon how scholarly methods can provide us with tools to handle them. However, I want to highlight a quite different set of pitfalls of being the global legal scholar or activist out to do good. Because when the actor is a privileged Western academic, activism clearly also comes with a potential for reproducing or reinforcing patterns of inequality in power and resources, also in our cooperation with colleagues in the Global South. A particularly paradoxical example to me was when the European partners of our cooperation were pressuring or leveraging their influence at a partner university in the South to have a specific topic included at a conference. The topic was the need for decolonialization. And the irony of the Northerners being the one pushing for the Global South to discuss decolonialization was not left unspoken by the participants, to put it mildly. But discussing the risk then of instrumentalization of the voices of the third world scholars, Obioma Nwaemeka has warned that as researchers or scholars, they are the instrument for collecting the raw data with which foreign scholars manufacture knowledge. They are being consigned to case studies to concretize and feed into the abstractions of the theory section, which is usually written and printed in the North. Anne Stewart has pointed out how legal theory and writing itself can be a global commodity chain with a high-value good. The very pricey monographs of the higher-ranking publishing houses are being marketed and sold in the North, but building on and involving the labor of academics in the production zones. So how can we then deal with that type of pitfalls of being the global legal scholar? I believe that a key responsibility for our and my activism is also then community building. And then following a series of summer schools for early career researchers in the Global South, I now witness the growth of young academics who are presenting much more forceful critique in their fields than what I would be able to do, and who are in positions to conduct legal activism much more wisely than I can. So that's perhaps also an underestimated value of the shawl as a legal activist outfit, that it's a piece of clothing that can easily be shared with others. As scholars, we always interact with power as we produce knowledge. So I deeply believe we need to make conscious decisions about what type of outfits we choose for different occasions. These were some of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingen. As a person from arts and culture, I, of course, really appreciated the performative aspect of your lecture. And orange is a great color, brings energy. Okay, so do we have some questions? This was the last lecture. Yes, please, take the stage and the mic. Welcome.
Thank you. Uwe Kennett, student at the law faculty. The anthropologist from the US, Clifford Geertz, wrote an essay called Anti-Positivism, where he was making the basic argument that being against something doesn't mean that you're for the opposite. And the example he used was the pro-choice movement. People are pro-choice or against the pro-life movement aren't pro-abortion, they're pro-choice. So it's an anti-anti relationship. I thought your second clothing highlighted something I felt was under communicated in the previous lectures, that being an activist doesn't necessarily mean being for something. You can also, in a scholarly capacity, be against it. Do you think there's an important distinction between an activist that's for a case and an activist that's against what they see as an untruth or injustice? And do you think that's informing this conversation? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very important point to make, and I think that's also what can sometimes present pitfalls and make academics reluctant to engage in activism, because as soon as you critique someone, you are then seen automatically as being in favor of taking the opposite side, when you might be trying to nuance the argument or point out the weaknesses of an argument, saying that we do not know this for sure, we cannot make that claim, but it doesn't necessarily mean the opposite. I think that's also part of what sometimes makes the public debate a difficult place to be, because of the media's need for the short statements that keep the public reading, and often then ending up with polarizing discussions more than necessary. And that's why I think I would recommend everyone to establish a blog as providing you with a place where you can make the longer arguments, and then using that as a point of departure for also providing shorter comments. Allowing for retaining some of the sort of the academic way of arguing and the nuances, rather than being captured by the speed of the public debate. Thanks.
But can I ask you, now that she mentioned the blog, do you see that as being for something or against something?
I think if she made the point that I think she made, I would agree with it, which is it provides you an open forum, accessible to all, where you can provide the long argument, so that when you are forced by circumstance to just give a headline, people can use that as a springboard to then look for what you actually meant. So you're not betraying your role as a scholar, even though you're engaging on the terms of the public debate.
So I think that feeds into this search for midfield, sort of something between the heavy academic articles that are enjoyed by very few, usually, and a public debate which doesn't allow for the full arguments, to try to find ways of communicating that can sort of fit in this middle. And this also has to do with time, I guess, that if you want to write the full academic arguments out, you want to have them in the good publication, it takes a year, it takes 2 years, it takes 3 years to get it out. And by then, the public interest that brought you to the question may already have passed. So also finding ways to be able to engage, retaining your sort of integrity as a scholar, but with more or less the speed of the news cycle.
Any comments? Yes. You know I'm so starstruck. the Letten Prize laureate.
Yes, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you a bit with this comment, because it might not be as intellectual as you might hope to be. But I am from the Netherlands, as you know, and I couldn't help but comment because orange is the color of our royal family.
Of course.
So I would interpret your outfit completely differently. And I'm sure if you'd wear this to my country, you'd be welcomed very much. And you maybe have a lot of friends. And I was wondering, I have a question related to that, because I think being a global scholar, that is one of the main challenges, to pick the right outfit and the right way of communication in different cultures that actually might be very hard to understand from as an outsider. And I think this really reflects the previous talks as well. So I was hoping you could give some tips on how to choose the right outfit, the right tone of communication.
When I was doing my field work in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, over one day of work, I could start by doing interviews in an informal settlement, much like ones on Malcolm's PowerPoint earlier today, and then later in the day going to the Ministry of whatever and being very welcomed by the virtue of my red Norwegian passport, and then being associated with sort of the oil fund and all the kinds of power that Norway can exercise in the global south. And I think that's maybe where my love of this shawl comes from, because it allows you to wrap up in more or less formal ways, and then not taking yourself too seriously, usually, and not being too mindful of how your outfit is perceived, as long as you're comfortable with it. And I think that goes in a more metaphorical sense as well.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ingunn Ikdal. And thank you for a great question, Meta. We're looking forward to getting to know you better during the prize ceremony. So we're now moving to the final part of the Letten seminar. It's time for a panel talk, and it has the title, Activism in the Academy. And I'm not going to take credit for the title. The cred belongs to Tarun. I would now like to invite back the 2018 Letten Prize laureate. Tarun, are you with us? Yes. Joining us digitally from Oxford, again, glad you could be with us today. And our second panelist, as you can see, she's also digital, and she joins us from the University of Bergen. Małgorzata Sindeka is an associate professor at the Faculty of Law and affiliated at the Center for the Science of Learning and Technology. Her main research areas are EU or EEA law and data protection, GDPR. But through the Human Rights Foundation, Rafto, she is also an activist, having supported Polish judges persecuted by the authorities, and she's also very passionate about women's rights, especially in Poland, where she hails from. Małgorzata also represents the Young Academy of Norway in the prize committee that chose you, Meta. So welcome, Małgorzata. Yes, can we hear you?
Yes, thank you so much. And as I see, it was not intentionally, I must say, but I chose also the orange color. And I would like to congratulate Meta a lot for the prize. And we were really impressed by your research, as you could understand. And thank you so much for having me here today.
Great. All right, and then we have another guest who's here in the audience with us and who's now joining the panel, professor at the Department of Private Law at the University of Oslo, also president of the Norwegian Academy of Science and Letters and author of several books. You are also principal investigator of a research project on judges under stress, the breaking point of judicial institutions. And something tells me that you might also have some interesting examples of what we're about to discuss. Thanks for being here, Hans-Petter Graver.
Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be invited to take part.
Yes, and if I might say so, you are also the oldest person in this panel,
Oh dear.
which means, yes, but that means you also have the most experience. So you were a young law student in the 70s here in Oslo.
That's right.
And I have heard rumors that you also have an activist in you, that you came out during the student years. Tell us about that.
Well, I must be old when you ask me this type of questions. But I've always been skeptic to power, right from my school days, really, both economic power and state power. And I quickly realized when I studied law in the 1970s that there were many like-minded students and also young scholars. And the University of Oslo, the law faculty here, was actually a center of what we at that time called action research, which was combining the role of activist and scholar in the way that as a scholar, you should engage with social movements, and in this way gain insights and experience which otherwise is invisible to many in society.
Excuse me, may I ask you to speak to them?
Yes,
also
sorry.
to our digital audience? Thank
you. To gain insight and knowledge which is otherwise invisible, and at the same time also being a professional, being able to bring something back to the people you engage with. And Anniken Sørli mentioned Tove Stangdal, which was one of the gurus at the time in describing how to combine activism and research. So to me, actually, this has been a self-evident part of my professional identity, I think.
So what did you do then?
Well, we had several student movements at the time, legal clinics. We started legal clinics. One was in an old bus, which traveled around into communities to give legal aid to people. Another was the Women's Legal Aid Center, Juridisk rådgivning for kvinner. And we had different groups, and I worked with housing questions, and we had, at that time, quite a few activists squatting empty apartment buildings that were converted into office spaces by the owners because we had rent control at the time. And so we cooperated with the squatters. I didn't live as a squatter, I lived in a student dormitory, but we cooperated with them, gave them advice about how to act when the police came to evict them, what rights they had, both in landlord-tenant law and in police law. And we wrote also articles, and some of us wrote then more scholarly theses about this. So this was one example. People also engaged in prisoners' rights, women's rights, as I mentioned, and other social movements.
Was this something you think that was influenced by the time, the 70s, where there were big social movements and rights movements, many places in the world?
Definitely, I think it was, because it was also engaged in opposition, of course, to the establishment. But I think the law students, we found a faculty that was surprisingly open to this type of activity, where there were young researchers and also some of the older researchers who welcomed this and helped us develop theories and engaged with us and inspired us as students.
Did you see yourself as an activist at the time?
I saw myself mostly as a student. I mean, this was a student role and student identity that we identified with. Of course, not all students engaged in this, but the circle I hung around with were all of the same mind. also have the same attitude to the studies and the professionalism.
Thank you. I like those stories. It kind of gives us a bit of a context, a historical context. I think law is a field that has, I would say, like a long entanglement with activism that goes way, way back and still continues today, if maybe in different forms, perhaps. Malgorzata, you are with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Yeah, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what you found most interesting about the opening lecture, Tarun's Letten Prize lecture.
I think that there were at least two issues that were very important to me. The first one is a reminder that we live in very special times, the times of post-truth. And of course, we all know about that. It's not possible to read a newspaper without noticing how experts are being undermined, how some of them are being accused of having their own personal agenda only because the governments don't like the results of the research. So, of course, this is a very timely reminder, but it is a very timely reminder for all academics and all legal scholars that we actually, it's not only that we have freedom to say what our research says, but we also have a responsibility to tell the truth. And we have a responsibility to stop the lies, to stop the propaganda that is trying to describe the world in words that the governments like. And the second issue is something that I'm quite concerned about, taking into account that I gradually became an activist. Well, I think that maybe not many will say it loudly, but if you are an activist, you always risk to lose your credibility as a legal scholar. Unfortunately, there is always such a risk. Of course, I'm not going to say that each legal scholar may find himself or herself in such a situation, but there will always be someone that will say that, well, this is your personal agenda. So whenever I speak about something that is very close to my heart, I'm really trying to make sure that I'm speaking either as a lawyer, as a legal scholar, I'm speaking as an activist. So, for example, when I'm talking about abortion law in Poland and women's rights, I may, of course, talk about women that are forced to give birth to fetus that basically doesn't have a skull. But I may also explain quite thoroughly how the judges, including fake judges from the Constitutional Tribunal, manipulated the Polish constitution to prove that women are indeed forced to do so. So the tools that Tarun introduced, the steps he takes to make sure that his research that it's up to standards, lives up to the standards, very high standards. That was extremely, extremely useful to me. So I'm very grateful that he provided us with those tools.
Yes. Would you like to comment, Tarun?
Thanks very much, Asta, and I'm really grateful to both Malgorzata and to Hens for joining me in this panel. Just a couple of quick reflections on what's been said so far. The first is the special role of law that Hans mentioned in his, and we all recognize as law students that activists in us, and I think there's something a little bit sad if if even in your student years you don't have the passion, a burning passion to make the world a better place, right? But I think for legal academics there is a special duty because legal education empowers us to speak the language of power, or at least hopefully the language of power, right? In democracies, right? Because when power stops speaking the language of law, it speaks the language of violence, which is worse, right? But But even when it speaks the language, even when it speaks through law, it is our special duty to act as a discursive check on power when it employs this language of law, because we are experts in that vocabulary, in the grammar of law. So there's a special duty on legal scholars, given our special expertise. We are part of a system of check and balance in a democracy, in a system of separation of powers. So, we are an institution. Legal Academy is an institution in a democratic setup because it understands this language of power better. The second thing I want to say, when I was thinking about the pitfalls of doing activism through one's scholarship, which is different, I think, from doing activism in the academy that the previous speaker talked about in terms of capacity building, or activism as a scholar, which is intervening in a public debate. They are fine to my mind. My problem is when we do activism through what we write. I think part of the problem, which I highlighted in my lecture, is the problem of getting things wrong, making shortcuts, not doing proper research, being shoddy. But the second problem that Margazota identified is losing credibility. So there's a strategic dimension to doing activism directly through your scholarship. And I think the risk of losing credibility comes with becoming predictable. That is when you stop perhaps being an academic and stop being seen as an academic. When you become predictable to the world, before you have spoken or written about a topic, if the world can tell what you're going to say, then you belong to an ideological tribe. Then you have stopped being a scholar. And I think that is the key distinction to my mind. Sanjeev very eloquently talked about the need for distance in space and in time to think and even challenge, sacred holy cows in our discipline. One of the examples, and I stop with this, right, because I found this really interesting in moving in England's talk about sort of decolonization in the global south, right? And I've really been struggling with the critical race theory debate and the post-colonial theory debate as somebody who is interested in and writes on the global south, right? These debates which have originated in the US, albeit in a diaspora of color, with very particular American concerns, right? And from an Indian lens, the post-colonial vocabulary is used in India by Hindu nationalist right to deny claims of marginal groups, women, LGBTQ people, Dalits, who use the language of human rights and the rule of law to say, you are using Western ideas and vocabulary and you have bought into a colonial project, right? So these dangers, these worries must make a scholar very modest in what she is willing to claim to the activist world.
Thank you, Taran. I was also interested in this thing that Malgorzata raised, which is the issue of credibility. Because if I think about, the dichotomy, like activism and academics, it's like, we have a tendency to see them like as opposites, like intellect versus emotion, head versus heart. Are they?
Yes and no. Of course, emotion and reason are two opposites. And we believe that our institutions and our actions as scholars, we believe they should be guided by reason and not unduly by emotion. But of course, seen from another perspective, they are impossible to disentangle. And particularly within the law, which is, in my theoretical understanding, a discipline of rhetoric. And I'm talking then of rhetoric not as sort of laying on, trying to strategically convince people, but as an epistemology. We're talking about truths that cannot be proven. And so we are, by something, convinced, by something beyond reason. Reason stops, and we're still convinced. And that's where emotion comes in. And I think that's why self-awareness, which Tarun talks about, is so important. And it's sort of a double importance to us as legal scholars, because we have to be self-aware about what we take for granted as lawyers, which then determines also the use of legal power. But then we have to be self-aware about what we take for granted as scholars.
But I find that intellect, there is a hierarchy. So I think the credibility issue is about if you feel that something is emotionally driven, it has less value. So your arguments will be deemed as less relevant or less true. I think that's what I got out of what you said, Malgorzata. So can you guys reflect a bit on, like, if we accept that you are part activist, part scholar, that activism and the wish to change something, to leave a footprint or to undo wrongs, that it is a legitimate wish, then the issue is more strategic, like Tarun says. When are you a scholar and you speak in certain ways and you frame your arguments in certain ways? And when are you an activist? And when can you use the different roles most effectively? Can you reflect a bit on that?
Well, I'm happy to jump in on this, because I've spoken a lot about this, and so my scholarship is a labor of love, and I just cannot imagine doing what I do without a huge deal of an emotional investment in my job. You know, I wake up on a Monday morning and look forward to the day, because I guess, like a lot of academics, it's not just a job, right? It's a it might sound trite or cliched, but it's a vocation, it's a profession. And I've met many activists who are hard-hearted, strategic, necessarily so, but very cool-headed strategic players who have to make difficult choices and prioritize issues, and sometimes at the cost of deep human suffering. But and I think more successful are those activists who can choose what to deal with rather than whatever they can see most immediately. So I don't think that dichotomy maps onto the activist and scholar dichotomy, but I do think, in referring both to Anniken's emphasis on listening to the other viewpoint, which comes with engagement and consultation with a broader community, and Malcolm's emphasis on reflexiveness, that it's that attention to your opponent, which is a central creed of a scholar, to take your opponent's ideas seriously, because even the term opponent does not make sense for a scholar, because you might discover you are wrong and they are right? And then it's incumbent upon you to change your views or modify them. And I think that is, if that is a demand of the intellect or rationality, so be it. That's I think essential for an academic. I hope it's essential for an activist as well. And the final point is that at least I try to make my emotions and my intellect speak to each other. If I start seeing the example I gave about the cow slaughter provision, rather than being an embarrassment in the Indian Constitution, being a triumph of the Indian Constitution, that changes my emotional response to that provision as well. So I don't think that these are sort of fixed things within me. They interact and they're dynamic.
Malgorzata, because you brought it up, I'm suspecting that in your engagement with Polish politics, what kind of reactions have you gotten through your activism. What is the pushback?
Well, I'm in a bit difficult situation because most of my family is supporting the government. Unfortunately, which could sound absurd, because usually it's being said that those who are supporting the current government in Poland, those are uneducated people. And they are easily to be influenced, and they are just hearing the lies they would like to hear from the public television and public radio. But it's not necessarily the case. So I'm really struggling with trying to talk to them and being at the same time an activist and having my own opinion about government's policy. But I'm also trying to explain how the law that is being dismantled, how the legal system, how the judicial system has been dismantled quite successfully, I must say, by the current government, how it's going to affect their lives. And it's sometimes very difficult when you meet a person that is saying, oh, I have been wrongfully accused by the authorities, and well, the judge seemed not to hear my arguments, everything was fixed in a way. And then it's quite difficult to show some empathy for this person, and at the same time to explain, well, you know, it started in 2015 when the government has taken over the Constitutional Tribunal, and then they took over the courts, and this is the result of what you are experiencing right now. So this is extremely difficult. So not all my conversations with my family are very nice. So we have very opposite views on many issues. What is also quite difficult to me is to explain that politics and law, it's not something that is necessarily in a way dirty and where there is only private interest. That is important. So it's very difficult to make people believe that there might be a change, that there might be some people who really want the law to be the best solution for the society, not only to those who are currently sitting in the government, and of course to their friends and families. So I think that this is something I'm struggling with when I'm trying to talk to people about law, and at the same time to hear about their personal experience.
Yeah, sounds like a big mashup where it's a mixture of trying to argue with different toolboxes that you have, both as an academic but also as an activist. Hans-Petter, can you tell us a bit about the research that you're involved in at the moment about judges, who are also, I imagine, put in different ethical, positions where it can sometimes be difficult to maneuver?
Yes, well, my research sprung out of the time when I was dean of the law faculty, and I thought one of the main responsibilities of a dean is to engage with the ethical requirements of the profession. And so then that led me to studying situations where the challenge to the profession had been the greatest, and that I found was in totalitarian societies. We have, of course, many totalitarian societies where law plays no role at all, but there are some, particularly in Western Europe during the 20th century, in the fascist and Nazi regimes, where the judicial institutions continued through the authoritarian and totalitarian times with more or less the same personnel. So the judges who had been rule of law judges in Weimar Germany, for example, turned into instruments of oppression for the Nazis after 1933, and the same happened also here during the German occupation. And so this led me then to a study of the dark side of the law and the limits of the rule of law. Because what I found, to my surprise, was that even though these judges and these lawyers became willing instruments for atrocities, they maintained their identity and their methods as lawyers. So this paradox was so intriguing to me that I wanted then to look at what is the role of judges and the judiciary in this type of regimes, and when do they break down? Because most of them, to a certain extent, try to resist initially. But in most historical cases, it doesn't take many years before they're broken down and turn into puppets for a totalitarian regime. Poland is, of course, a laboratory of this now, and it's also exceptional because the judges are there putting up resistance, which is very uncommon. I mean, in most cases, they don't. So therefore, Poland is a very interesting, and it's also highly, of course, emotionally engaging to see the plight of the judges engaged in resisting these undermining of their independence and undermining of the rule of law by the regime.
I think we've had like a very interesting conversation because in a way I feel that we've been able to highlight many of the good and the positive sides of actually having a social engagement, wanting to do good, wanting to make change. At the same time, it seems that there is also a need to keep your profession and your scholarly activity in a way separate from, be it activism or political, movements. What does it mean to you to try and uphold the standard of your legal scholarly activity?
Well, I think what Taran pinpoints is very important, maintaining the quality in the research, maintaining the research standards, and also the open-mindedness, the willingness to change your view in light of knowledge that you receive, and also the self-awareness of what is actually driving you and where are your emotions leading you astray. I believe it's Amartya Sen who said that you shouldn't be afraid of your emotions because if you have a very strong emotional conviction, that gives you good reason to reason through a thing again. It might be that your emotions are right, but it might be, of course, also that they are leading you astray. I think a different way and a more classical way of putting the same thing is by reference to the traditional cardinal virtues of fortitude, prudence, temperance, and justice. Which, if you take them seriously and you adhere to them all at the same time, they give you this sort of balance between quality, courage, which we haven't mentioned, but which I think is very important also in what Saugstad said, and temperance and being willing to accept that you might not be right and others might have the right perspective or the right knowledge. And, of course, justice, which gives you the social engagement. So I would plead for the 4 traditional virtues here as part of the research ethics.
I was told that there was a question for Taran, actually, that came in a bit late after your lecture. Can we include the question in our session, and then we'll see if it gives room also for more discussion amongst you. All right?
Yes. So this question is from Freya. She's a university professor and also a co-editor of a journal. And her questions relate to that role as editor of a journal. How should editors approach activists' articles, which may not be immediately apparent? This is a problem, she says, particularly in light of the difficulty to finding good reviewers who are willing to truly engage with the submission. So did that question make sense? Yes?
Okay, let's do the round. Taran, Margaret, and then Hans Petter.
As an editor of the Indian Law Review, who's one of the founding editors, I understand the dilemma all too well. And there are 2 challenges. Right? One is the challenge of finding good and willing reviewers, good and willing and reliable reviewers, who will actually not just undertake to review but also deliver on time. And that is just a perennial problem of the editor in maintaining peer review process. Is difficult without it. But I should also emphasize that, you know, academics around the world do this labor of reviewing draft work of their peers without any recognition, because it has to be anonymous, and without pay to keep the system going. So it's important for us to also acknowledge and celebrate what our discipline does, the service in secret and without pay. Having said that, the challenge of activist pieces, as an editor, I make it very clear to authors that our only metrics of judgment will be scholarly. So whether your article satisfies the scholarly requirements of engaging with your with arguments from all sides, of reflexivity, of thinking, of contributing originally to the literature, all of that is very important. But for a journal in a Global South context, where, and this is going back to some of the things that Ingman said about capacity building in the academy, it's also really important to know that we don't have the luxury in the Indian Law Review to expect polished final journals. We just do not have that tradition and a developed system of scholarship. Right? So a lot of our editors do a lot of hand-holding, where even if the article is not published, you help these early career scholars recognize what makes good scholarship, how one article need not contain everything clever they have ever thought in their lives, that the task is to illuminate one point, but well and deeply, to have patience, to have that distance in time and space that Sanjeev reminded us. So there's a lot of capacity building and community building that goes on in the editorial role as well. And those are some of the tasks that we undertake. A sister organization that I've been instrumental in starting, called the Junior Faculty Forum for South Asian Law Teachers, provides a virtual seminar space, workshopping space for draft papers, because a lot of universities in South Asia don't provide that space. So we have a virtual space for early career scholars to bring draft papers, which is kind and robust, right? So one of the rules in that workshop space is that when you are about to ask a question, ask yourself, do I want to ask this question to sound clever or to help the author? If your motivation is to sound clever, don't ask that question.
Okay, thank
Only
you.
ask if it'll help.
Thank you, Taran. Okay, Malgorzata. Activist papers, peer reviews.
Well, I am associate editor of an European journal, and well, I'm aware of only one piece that was sent to our journal, and that definitely was an activist piece. And that was a comment on one of the major judgments from the EU court. And we didn't publish that, but not because it was an activist paper that was not couldn't be accepted by us, but those who sent the paper, they actually stated that, okay, either you publish this or you don't at all, because we are not willing to make any corrections. So our job was in a way very simple, because I mean we just don't negotiate in this way. We have a peer review, we have our standards. But what we did when we started receiving pieces that were not necessarily a case note or an article, we introduced a new kind of submission that's called an opinion. And this is very clearly stated that this is an opinion. Of course, it has to meet certain standards, but that everyone is well informed that this is not a legal article. This is an opinion. Yeah. So maybe, well, I'm not saying that this is an ideal solution, but at least right now it is a solution that works
so it
for
means
us.
They can get published, but they will not they will be put in another category, basically.
Yes, and of course they are well informed in advance that this is going to be published as an opinion, and if you agree, then of course we can publish that.
Yes. Is it hard? Is it possible to publicize activist papers?
I would say it depends on the journal, because the basic requirement should be, and we should all agree, is quality. But on the other hand, as Malcolm said, there's a plurality of methods, and quality must always be seen in relation to a theoretical tradition and the methodology applied. And unfortunately, there is a tendency for most journals to accept or to have sort of a foundation in some methods and a less acceptance for others. And this is also, of course, natural to me. I wouldn't be able to assess the quality of a highly advanced statistical analysis, for example. And there are also articles within some of the structuralist, postmodernist tradition that I cannot make sense of, so I couldn't assess the quality of those. And I think this goes for all of us, and we just have to accept that. We have to pick our journals depending on what type of article we're writing and what type of methodology we're using.
All right. The conversation is coming to an end. I'll give you one last short comment. The title is Activism in the Academy. So one challenge and one piece of advice from each of you. You get me? What's the activism in the academy? Main challenge and main advice. Let's say to young scholars who are socially engaged. One piece of advice. Yes?
Well, my piece of advice would be to seek out fellows, either in your own institution or in other institutions, who are like-minded, and work collectively, because you will always meet opposition if you engage. I think it's an ethical responsibility to engage, but once you engage, you also enter the realm of politics, and people will try to discredit you by other means than academic means. So seek support, seek solidarity, seek cooperation with like-minded scholars in your own institution or other places.
Margaret.
I think I would say that we shouldn't be afraid of being an activist. We shouldn't be afraid of letting our heart dictate what we would like to engage in. But then the challenge is that we have to remain open for criticism. We have to remain open to skepticism and what Tarun mentioned, revisability, refutability. That will be the main challenge.
Thank you. Tarun, you get the last word in this panel. You need to unmute Tarun.
Sorry, that famous 2020 buzzword. So the challenge for me is that knowledge is not the same thing as wisdom. And I think academics have to have that temperance, that modesty, to remember that what they bring is knowledge, but not necessarily wisdom, but comes with experience, perhaps, of the activist. And advice I would give, and this is a different way of putting what Hans and Malgorzata have already said, is that human beings don't like criticism. Our discipline is premised on criticism. See criticism as service, as even when given sternly, ungenerously, it's not personal. It's about ideas, and it only helps to improve. So don't let it affect who you are or your self-worth.
Thank you so much, all three of you. I'm very pleased and proud to have been able to moderate such a knowledgeable and inspiring panel. So Malgorzata Sindeka from the University of Bergen, Taran Keitan from the University of Oxford, and Hans-Petter Grave from the University of Oslo. Thank you so much for being with us today. I think the thoughts and ideas of all the lecturers that have spoken today, including those in our panel, the integrity and also the passion, I would say, both the scholar and the activist in them, serve as good examples that I would say reflect the spirit of the Letten Prize and the Letten Foundation. So thank you for that. The seminar is now over. We hope you enjoyed it and that it gave you food for thought and inspiration for further studies. We're now going to have a lunch break, and after lunch, the award ceremony for the new Letten Prize laureate. You've seen her. You can join us digitally or physically to celebrate her. Please be back at 2 p.m. sharp. See you soon.
I am coming. I am coming. I am coming, I am coming, I am coming through, coming across the divide to you. In this moment of unity, feeling an ecstasy, to be here, to be now, at last I am free. Yes, at last, to be free of the past and the future that beckons me. I am coming, here I am, neither a woman nor a man. We are joined, we are one, with the human face. We are joined, we are one with the human face. I am on earth and I am in outer space. I'm being born and I am dying. I am on earth and I am in outer space. I'm being born and I am dying.
Welcome to the Letten Prize Ceremony 2021. First, I would not like to cite a scholar. I would like to cite ABBA and say thank you for the music. We heard the Norwegian singer and performance artist Nils Beck performing the song Coming by Jimmy Somerville, and he will be back a bit later in the program. Soon you are going to meet the winner of this year's Letten Prize, a brilliant scholar and a phenomenal woman, just like the woman behind the Letten Foundation. Letten Saugstad was a true pioneer. Born in Oslo in 1925, she was unusual for her time. She dedicated herself not to marriage and being a housewife, but to her academic passions. She obtained a PhD in psychology, but was in practice a polyhister, interdisciplinary before it became a buzzword, a creative creature known for thinking outside the box and exploring links between different scientific fields. Although she was published widely in international peer-reviewed journals, as a woman scholar, she felt she was never given the credit and the positions she deserved. Eventually, she was appointed professor at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Trondheim, but it's the Letten Foundation that represents her legacy, the beacon of her social and academic engagement. The foundation has financed the Center for Brain Research at the University of Oslo. They built up sustainable research centers in Africa, in Asia. They helped over 75 global fellows obtain their doctoral or master's degree, and now the Letten Prize of 2 million Norwegian kroner. To take us through the prize ceremony, I would like to introduce Associate Professor at Oslo Met, Heidi Holmen. She's a member of the Young Academy of Norway and chair of the international committee that has assessed the Letten Prize nominees and chosen the winner. Heidi will introduce the runner-ups for this year's Letten Prize and, of course, the winner herself.
Thank you for the introduction. Dear Letten Prize laureates, Letten Prize runners-ups Ramona Vijayarasa and Tolula Oni, ladies and gentlemen. It has been my great pleasure to lead the assessment of these 3 candidates alongside the other applicants, together with the members of this year's Letten Committee. Malgorzata Sindeka from the Young Academy of Norway and the University of Bergen. Binyam Sisai Mendisu from the Global Young Academy and the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO Institute in Ethiopia. Sayer Ishtiaq Ahmed from the Global Young Academy and the University of Toronto, Canada. Madrika Khandelwal from the Indian National Young Academy of Sciences and the Indian Institute of Technology in India. Jennifer Mifanwe Fitchett from the Academy of Science of South Africa and the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. And Byam Kyung Kim from Young Korean Academy of Science and Technology and the Yonsei University in South Korea. Throughout the spring, we have had an inspiring yet challenging task to assess the applicants. The level was sky high and the competition was hard, but the level of expertise in the committee allowed for exciting and learning discussions. Our mission was to recommend a winner to the Letten board alongside the Letten vision to recognize young scholars and their efforts in solving the global challenges of our time. The runners-ups for the 2021 Letten Prize are Professor Tolula Oni and researcher and senior lecturer Ramona Vijayarasa. Professor Tolu Oni from Nigeria and UK is a public health physician and epidemiologist at the University of Cambridge. She leads the Global Diet and Activity Research Group in Cambridge and the Research Initiative for Cities, Health and Equity, RISH Africa Group at the University of Cape Town, where she is an honorary associate professor. Her enthusiasm towards a better understanding and identification of factors that drive inequality is timely. Her aim is to enable science to contribute to fairer, healthier, and more sustainable cities. Through her projects, she is supervising and inspiring a new generation of boundary-spanning researchers across disciplines and sectors in Africa. Oni is committed to addressing complex health challenges through research. Her previous research has paved the way for strategies that connects science, policy, and societal role players to break silos on sectors and disciplines and of research and practice. Through her scientific potential and her enormous emphasis on what is possible, she's a highly qualified runner-up for the 2021 Letten Prize.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Heidi, for the kind words. Firstly, a huge congratulations to Dr. Mette Rustenberg on the incredible achievement of winning the 2021 Letten Prize and for the inspirational work she's undertaking. I feel such honor and privilege to receive this recognition as a runner-up. The last year and a half have been challenging for the majority of the world, and the pandemic has really highlighted the need for cross-sectoral, cross-society and trans-boundary collaboration to tackle the complex global health challenges we face. It has reminded everyone of the importance of the environment where we live, where we work, where we play for our health, with access to a healthy housing, green and safe public space, etc., being critical to maintain health. And we've seen this particularly in cities across the world. Having worked in urban health for several years, I was moved in the last year to establish the Urban Better Initiative as a learning collaborative and youth platform that is Africa-led, that is youth-privileged, that is science-based, and that's equity-centered. And building on this recent initiative and my previous research that has engaged young people as citizen scientists, my submission to the Letten Prize was for an Urban Better Academy, a research and training platform that would work in tandem with the existing advocacy platform to increase the demand for healthy places and to increase the supply of health from place. The citizen science approach aims to both increase the involvement of youth in science and to encourage participation in urban governance as active citizens. And so I'm particularly humbled to receive this recognition, as I believe it recognizes the urgent need to mainstream urban health research into society, and critically to the limitless potential of the agency, when the agency of youth is activated to shift norms towards healthy urban development in Africa. Thank you and congratulations again to Meta.
Ramona Vijayarasa from Australia is a researcher and senior lecturer in the field of international women's rights law and gender equality at the University of Technology in Sydney. She is also affiliated with New Zealand Society of International Law. Ramona has a strongly held belief in the need to promote the advancement of women's rights with evidence-based research to accelerate change. She developed the Gender Legislative Index as a world-first global index grounded in women's rights. The Gender Legislative Index offers a methodology and dataset that can profoundly improve women's lives in low, middle, and high-income countries, and as such bridge the North-South global divide. Through her various experiences with communities, international organizations, and not at least the women inspiring her, she is destined to make a significant and lasting contribution to improving women's lives. Her previous endeavors, highly relevant achievements, and clear plans with an impact for the future of gender equity, Ramona Vijayarasa is a highly qualified runner-up for the Letten Prize.
Thank you very much, Heidi, for those kind words. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with all of you in Norway. It has been an honour to be named runner-up to the Letten Prize, and I'm truly thankful to the Young Academy of Norway and the Letten Foundation. I have spent the majority of my adult life fighting for gender equality worldwide. I personally believe that gender inequality is the world's greatest challenge. Without addressing such inequality, we will never be able to confront the challenges that the world will face, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, which has reinforced pre-existing inequalities on a global scale. The honour of being named runner-up is not only recognition of the importance of gender equality as a research area, but of the significance of my work in using the law to identify new solutions to make societies more equal. As Heidi mentioned, my work in creating the Gender Legislative Index has taken a little bit of courage and quite a bit of perseverance to pursue an out-of-the-box solution for a lawyer collaborating with data scientists and software engineers. I'm very thankful for the Letten Prize Committee's recognition of the innovation behind my work. As a young scholar, being named runner-up will not only bring significant visibility to the Gender Legislative Index, but also to my broader research agenda at the University of Technology, Sydney. It is a particular honour to be named runner-up to Meta. Meta is a truly worthy recipient, and I look forward to hearing more about the impact of Meta's work in the years to come. Meta, my warmest congratulations all the way from Australia. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the award ceremony, and I want to sincerely thank you once again.
And now, finally, for this year's Letten Prize winner. Professor Mette Rustenberg from Netherlands is affiliated with the Leiden University Medical Center, where she is the clinical head of the Controlled Human Infection Center. Dr. Rustenberg has dedicated her life to harness and deploy her scientific and professional expertise to serve the poorest and the underprivileged people of the world. She works across several disciplines, including malaria, schistosomiasis, neglected tropical diseases, vaccines, and controlled human infections. Through her outstanding scholarly activities and as a practicing medical doctor and scientist, she has published important articles with major impact and outreach. Meta's engagement and outreach extend way beyond her excellent academic achievements in the area of health. She has established an international network of vaccine researchers in Uganda, Zambia, India, and Burkina Faso, which allows for bidirectional transfer of knowledge and exchange of staff. She is a member of the World Health Organization Malaria Vaccines Advisory Committee and the Working Group on Development of WHO Guidance on Human Challenge Studies, among others. Her efforts have had and will continue to have a great impact on solution of poverty-related infectious diseases in countries where the clinical need is the highest. She further aims to train a new generation of scientists and physicians in order to extend the benefits of science to a global health. In Dr. Rustenberg's research proposal, she seeks to establish cost-effective vaccination programs in prevention of neglected infectious diseases by engaging competent PhD students and encouraging research associated with vaccine development. Through a complex proof-of-concept study, testing existing vaccines' applicability as vaccine adjuvants, she aims to record the entire process and use this alongside data from ethicists and regulators as a means of capacity building and sharing of knowledge. She will explore uncharted territories in malaria vaccines development, whilst at the same time develop open access, interactive education. This will facilitate technology transfer urgently needed to ensure that the next generation of sub-Saharan scientists are able to drive malaria vaccines research programs. The committee views the project as well aligned with the Letten vision, and it is promising with a high impact potential, especially for the developing countries. In summary, Mette Rustenberg's achievements and vision meet the criteria listed in the call for the Letten Prize. Her work has had and will continue to have a positive impact worldwide. Simultaneously, her career serves as a sterling example of research that combines scientific excellence and rigor with true social engagement. Dr. Rustenberg is a worthy winner of the Letten Prize 2021. Norway's Ambassador of Global Health, Jon Arne Røttingen, come forth and present the 2021 Letten Prize.
Laureates and runner-ups and all, it's an honor for me to present the 2021 Letten Prize to Professor Meta Rosenberg. If I had stood in front of you 2 years ago, I may have needed to convince you why the research that Dr. Rosenberg has devoted her career to as important. I don't think I'd need to do that today. 1.5 years into the most devastating pandemic since the Spanish flu, most of you take that for granted, I hope. Because understanding and managing infectious diseases will never be a mission completed. We will need to continue to learn and to improve. When I was introduced to the field of global health research around 20 years ago, we often used an advocacy term called the 10-90 gap. Less than 10% of the world's health research investments were focusing on the needs of developing countries, constituting more than 90% of the global disease burden. It was not fully correct mathematically, but an effective message. And there is still this striking imbalance. Meta has focused on diseases like malaria and schistosomiasis, as we just heard. And we call them neglected, or maybe rather by the truer structural term, poverty-related diseases. The world invests approximately $300 billion every year, publicly and privately, in health research. However, around only 1% to 2% are for poverty-related diseases. And at the same time, these infectious diseases constitute around 10 to 50% of global burden of disease. So Meta's research, therefore, has the potential to make important societal impact. However, it's also scientifically very challenging. Vaccines against parasitic diseases are hard to develop because parasites, they live with us. I understand Meta and her team will try to institute a stronger immune response by using the old vaccines, the BCG vaccine, the yellow fever vaccine, in combination with new malaria vaccine antigens. And they will learn about this in so-called challenge studies, where healthy volunteers, you and I maybe, will be infected, an important way to study immune responses when working on diseases where we have effective treatments, but also at the forefront of research ethics. Finally, Meta is using the research process as a way for others to learn. She's committed to working with and building research capacities in the countries where these diseases are everyday challenges. And she will document the research and develop interactive education material, a true example of open science. So therefore, please, Meta, come to the stage. I'm very pleased that I have the opportunity to hand over the prize to you. Working on solving hard scientific problems with high potential public health impact and ensuring that others can benefit from the knowledge created are 3 good reasons for why you are a worthy winner. So please, it's heavy and it's well deserved.
Congratulations, Meta. The winner of the 2021 Letten Prize will now give her acceptance speech.
Today, for me, is a historic moment. Receiving the Letten Prize here today, in your presence, physically, is not only an absolute honor, but an important appreciation of the work that me and my team have pursued over the past decade, and the vision that we share with Professor Letten to work for a better health for all across geographical and cultural boundaries, and across generations. Today is also a historic moment because I left my country for the first time in 18 months. The mere fact that we are all here today is a scientific masterpiece, showing off the power of vaccines and science that provide the foundation to develop, produce, and distribute vaccines to all of us. It demonstrates very tangibly that science enables us to make a difference in people's lives, but only if we work across disciplines, embrace social engagement across all layers of our society, and practice open science to rapidly share our data. The resulting QR code on my mobile phone, signifying my vaccination status, which works throughout the EU and opens doors in airports, as I have experienced, is the amazing result of a lot of such collaborative efforts. However, today is also a very harsh reminder of global inequity. With vaccination rates of, on average, 2% in low and middle income countries, it's clear that we still live in a world where health benefits are distributed based on economic market potential. As a consequence, the development of vaccines targeting solely poor markets is still an underdeveloped and under-recognized scientific area. Vaccines to combat permanent global health crises, such as malaria, schistosomiasis, and other neglected tropical diseases, are slow to develop and receive comparatively little investment. The Letten Prize for me is thus also a token of support, to call for change, activism, if you like, and work towards a world where children grow up with equal opportunities, regardless of place of birth, race, sex, or economic potential, and where the scientific community of low and middle income countries are empowered to also shape the global research agenda. I'd like to express my thanks and sincere gratitude to the Letten Foundation, its board, and the Young Academy of Norway for bestowing this honor upon me today. I'm humbled. By establishing the Letten Prize, they show the courageous vision of wanting not only to promote science to benefit the global community, but also welcome people like me to join them on stage. I am tremendously grateful because I believe that it's only together that we can really make a difference. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my team, a group of young, driven, and inspiring researchers who've supported me over the years and without whom I would not be here today. I am confident that they are the ones to shape the world's future for the better. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations. I said a bit earlier that I was very starstruck. Now we're going to have a short interview. And the first thing I'd like to know is, after being in Oslo the whole day, physically, amongst all these wonderful scholars, academic friends, how do you feel today?
Energized.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many young people, young scholars around with activist genes also, wanting to change and to change the world. And obviously that's a high ambition. But I'm sure that events like this, finding the collaboration, building bridges, that's going to ultimately generate the energy that we need to make that change.
Yeah, I was thinking about Taran's lecture, and we've spoken a lot about activism and academia, or the academy. Taran has said that the goal of academics is truth. Activism has a different goal. It's justice. What is your goal?
I guess I share the vision of most of us here. and that's both. Because obviously science is about finding the truth, but it's also through that truth, for me, that we can get to justice. If we talk about global health inequity, it's the science that will bring us the tools to actually leverage that inequity and to actually combat these diseases that actually underpin the inequity. So I think it's both. And hearing the lectures today, I think that holds true for most people. And it's the balance of the two that makes it hard sometimes.
Yeah. And sometimes we know the truth, but doing something about it to obtain justice is something else, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing something about it.
Mm-hmm.
The prize money. 2 million Norwegian kroner. It's around $230,000. How will that help your research project?
In different ways. So the beauty of this prize is that I can think about what will be the most efficient way to spend it. So the project that I have submitted, that I will spend the money on, is something that's very challenging, very new, really at the forefront of the medical sciences. And I think that would be hard to get funded elsewhere because it's so ambitious and out of the box. So that's one aspect of it. But a second aspect is the people that actually will be paid with the money to do the project. I have a couple of young researchers that were waiting for a little bit of extra money so they could actually finish their PhDs and work on a future where they, hopefully like me, will continue advocating the importance of research in poverty-related infectious diseases. So that's the second thing. And through creating educational material, we've struggled over the past year to actually do capacity building because people weren't allowed to travel, and usually we have people come over and we do training in our labs, and that all has not been possible. And the number of requests of people wanting to visit also increases, which made me realize I have to think of an innovative new way to actually make sure I can facilitate all of that capacity building. So we're hoping to make a film that you don't have to travel for, but that we can put online, and people can look at it and learn in that way. We can incorporate it into the teaching that we do, and that will hopefully contribute to open science in a different way, much like the blog that we talked about earlier today, as a way to build capacity. So we're spending it just once. But the goals are very diverse.
Yeah, and the film, tell us a bit more about that. Would that be like a documentary about the research process?
Yes, exactly. So the research that we do is very complex, also not just from a technological point of view, but also from an ethical perspective. The ethical frameworks within we do our research is complex, and also the regulatory frameworks are very complex, which makes it hard to transfer this research to low and middle income countries where regulatory institutions or ethics committees are not that experienced or well established. So I noticed that there's a need to really also do capacity building on that front, not just the technological medical aspects of it, but also the ethical and regulatory aspects. And so I'm hoping that in the film, through interviews with our own regulators and ethicists, and discussing the principles that underlie their judgment of these complicated clinical trials will help shape the arguments and ideas of ethicists and regulators in low and middle income countries. And obviously they have a much different decision to make usually because the trials are different and the considerations are different, but the framework is very similar. Yeah.
Who are the people who will gladly let themselves be infected for the case of greater good?
Yeah. This is probably the most frequently posed question to me, actually. And we've investigated it. Mm-hmm. So we put some research into it and actually asked put questionnaires to the people who did it. It's interesting, so it's a lot of times it's people with a medical, biomedical background. So it's people who really have knowledge on the topic. And their motivation is very, it's diverse, but most of them have some altruistic motivations, either wanting to contribute to infectious disease research for poverty-struck areas, but also sometimes more related to, wanting to contribute to science in general, and feeling that this for them would be a unique way to do so. And obviously, we provide people with financial compensation. So people like the money that they earn through the science as well, which again makes it ethically complicated. Yeah, this is generally why they tell me they do it.
Yes.
And what they don't expect, which often happens, is they get to meet us, they get to meet people. We even have a marriage from volunteers in the trial. So they tell me that they get more benefits out of it than they expected beforehand.
Wow. Okay. It sounds like some of them have a kind of activist mindset then.
They do, yes, they do very much so. And they feel that, this is for them a good way to actually put that activism into action and feel like they have contributed something to the research that we do, which they have.
So I'd like to talk a little bit about women scholars, because Letten Saugstad, as I mentioned earlier, for her generation she was quite unusual, and she was quite unorthodox scholarly as well, in the sense that she combined scientific fields and researched across boundaries. She was the one who inherited money and made this money accessible and through the Letten Foundation to support people like you. Could you talk a little bit about what those type of personalities in the academic world, the unorthodox, the people who are different, women who don't do what is expected, what do they mean to you?
Well, they're absolutely central to where I am today, because I think women are not so much different from men in the sense that it's really important to have role models, to have people that you look up to, that show you that it can be done in a different way, and it's okay to be different, and maybe that's where your strength lies. I guess I'm not a typical professor either. I always tell my students I'm not becoming bald, I won't grow a beard, so I'll never look like a typical professor. And I think that's very important to them also, that, there's a wide array of people, and you can, have impact, whether you're male or female or whatever, background you have. So for me, that's what Letten tells me. It teaches me, even in difficult times, like last year, which has not been an easy time, that whatever happens, it's a matter of persistence. And she persisted.
Yes, and so will you.
Yes.
Meta, congratulations. Stay with me, don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we opened the Letten Prize Day with the first Letten laureate from 2018, Taranab Keitan. And we ended it with a new laureate whose research represents the best of the Letten spirit, daring, innovative, and for the greater good of humanity. We will now end the prize ceremony, and we will do so with music. But before the music starts, you are very welcome. Oh, I thought it was the singer. We need to thank the involved parties. So we would like to thank the Letten Prize committee members for your outstanding work. The prize also belongs to the international network of young academies, especially the Global Young Academy, which played an essential part in nominating members for the Letten Prize committee. We also hope this collaboration will continue in the years to come. On behalf of Letten Foundation and Young Academy of Norway, thank you for attending, thank you for coming, and enjoy the song Landslide by Stevie Nicks, performed by the Norwegian singer and performance artist Nils Beck.
I took my love, I took it down. I climbed a mountain and I turned around and I saw my reflections in the snow-covered hill till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? Can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? My love. Well, I've been afraid of changing because I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Well, I've been afraid of changing because I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, even children get older, and I'm getting older too. Take my love, take it down. Climb a mountain and turn around. And if you see my reflections in the snow-covered hills, well, the landslide will bring it down.